Okay, hi. So I have Warframe listed as a blind playthrough, and that's 99% true. I did have a friend show this game to me about 4 years ago for about an hour. It was actually a group of friends who were trying to get me to play, so I popped in, ran around with some endgame people in the opening mission for about an hour, and then was like, I kind of want to play this on my own sometime, maybe possibly stream it. I remember basically nothing from that experience, other than that the movement system in this game is fun. Cultural osmosis stuff that I know about Warframe, it's a looter shooter, similar to Destiny, or maybe more accurately, Destiny is similar to Warframe. Co-op focused, I've heard that it described as being a game as a service or live game that you're expected to be playing it constantly as the only game that you play. I don't know how similar it is to Destiny. I played some Destiny 2 on stream recently. That's VOD is on YouTube if you're interested. Destiny feels like Bungie is in this train that's constantly picking up the tracks behind them to make room for the tracks in front of them, just destroying all of their old content. And I don't know that Warframe is doing that, if they have that same fear of missing out problem. But I'm excited to check it out for real this time. I am going to be playing mouse and keyboard. I tend to prefer playing with controller on stream when possible, but I googled it and it sounds like controller is not recommended for this at all. I think this is a bit more of an indie dev than Destiny, but I think they also helped with Unreal Tournament. Is that right? So maybe not that indie, but indier than Bungie. Turn it up a little. This game's slightly quieter. Cool graphics. Support Studio before Warframe. Okay, that's cool. So they worked closely with Epic, right?
Grenier.
That was sort of my experience in my 1 hour of experience with the game, Robert. I don't remember much of it, just that like they were like, let's get you to the end game to play with us. And I'm like, this is the worst experience. I've been on the pro player side of that equation before, like trying to catch people up to see what's fun about an ARPG. So I'm excited to see if the opening of the game is like friendly to a blind player, if it's sight readable, or if this game is like a Path of Exile style complex shit show.
Monuments of an ancient warrior caste.
Okay, the Tenno. I don't remember this cutscene at all. Maybe this is new.
Scattered across frail worlds.
The intro's new. That's cool. I feel like I would have remembered this. This is pretty cool. So the Tenno are like an alien race, and they're the ones that have the robot armor. This game is actually on the voting spreadsheet. We put it at an arbitrary 100-hour how long to beat. I don't know what beating Warframe means. Probably doing all of the unique, like, instance content at least once. But I think the discussion I had with Knight, who put it on the voting spreadsheet, is just we'll play it for 100 hours and do whatever we do in the process and maybe try to come up with a beat condition along the way. That was cool. It's a good way to just visually express the fact that these guys aren't around nowadays. There's a main quest line to complete, but no defined ending yet. Okay. Is the main quest line composed of content that's been in the game since back in 2013, or? Is it like Destiny, where there's a main quest line for the current patch or expansion cycle, and the rest of it is kind of deprecated and not worth doing? It's all worth doing? Awesome. I'm really happy to hear that. But that kind of approach of your content treadmill, where only the most recent patch is worth doing, is like antithetical to what I enjoy about video games, so I probably won't touch Destiny again unless if they have a significant philosophy adjustment there. I think that's why I like RuneScape so much, that they're like philosophically constrained. They're not allowed to add something that makes any of their other content into dead content. Introduce some of it to unlock core mechanics. Awesome. Happy to hear that. I complained a lot about Final Fantasy XIV's main story quest. It has a lot of issues, especially if you're trying to get a friend to try the game out, but I like that it keeps everybody on the same page with the story. Even if future expansion and math updates make that content easier, you still have to see it, you know? There's not this, like, World of Warcraft style, hurry, 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 get to the end game, go, 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 go. Oh, this is a really cool cutscene. I actually seem to remember this game not really caring about its story when I played it for an hour. I don't think it was my friends telling me to skip the cutscenes.
Like a dream.
100 hours is a decent estimate. Awesome. And we should be able to craft that goal a little bit more the further we get along here. If you rush through, you can cut it down. Yeah, I prefer to take my time. Obviously, we'll probably get around to doing some group content, because this is fundamentally a co-op game, right? I've heard that it's kind of a glow-up game, right? It's one of those games that when it released, it kind of got middling to bad reviews on Metacritic, and now it's gotten so many updates that it's actually good. At least it seemed like the Switch port of the game had respectable reviews. All right, different classes. Choose your Warframe. A perfect balance of mobility and offense. The ideal Warframe for new players. Command of surrounding magnetic energy. Mag is an expert at enemy manipulation. Volt can create and harness electrical elements. High damage Warframe, perfect for players who want a potent alternative to gunplay. Well, that would probably be me, but I like the sell of this is for new players, so I'm going to give that a try. I feel like the game is doing a pretty good job of presenting... I don't remember this either. And the last time I played this was like 5 years ago for an hour, so... It's possible I'm going to say I don't remember this because I literally just don't remember it. Not because it wasn't in the game before. I like this new trend of showing you, like, example GIFs or MP4s of the ability in question instead of just text. We'll try the one that's recommended for new players. Glow up is definitely right. Oh, I'm one of those three. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I assume that's where they're going with that.
I see the Lotus has tried to wake you.
So, like, in the story, it's kind of like a Final Fantasy XIV approach where everybody plays as an important character in their instantiation of the universe, but there aren't, like, multiple of that character in the lore.
We are taking this one with us.
I guess WoW does that too. There's, like, the general.
I can't lose another Tenno. I'm surging your Warframe's power systems.
Okay.
Quick, use
Whoa.
your power.
Yeah, this is
Defend
completely
yourself.
different. Slash dash. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good too. I usually do controller on stream, so I gotta get used to the twitchier mouse and keyboard. It sounds like it does support a controller. The threads I found said that they're not great though, so I can always swap the one temporarily if it's a little bit too twitchy.
but the Grineer will be hunting you.
This rain is like video compression. Gonna kill the stream quality until I get out of it. Let's make every pixel on the screen change. Hold left shift to sprint. You're special in a lore sense, but there are other special people like you. Okay. Gotcha. So you're not like the warrior of light or the general of the horde. Slice through enemies with this agile warrior's blade. Okay. Melee attack with E. Oh, that's cool. Wow, this opening is rad. I just remember loading into like a random instance map and running around with my friends that were trying to get me to play and not feeling the weight or the story in any way, or even any kind of like tutorial. This is great. You're not the chosen one. Okay, cool. I like when online games are able to make that work. Melee combat. Awakening part 2. Tap space in the air to double jump. Okay. Tap E to melee destructible objects. Looks like once there's game sounds, it's a little bit louder, so I'll turn it down a bit here. Okay. Feels good. Sniper ammo. Energy. You also want me to hit this, right? Left control to crouch. I like that the starting enemies all die in one hit. It's a good choice. Something about sliding while moving. Hold left control while moving to slide. That's cool.
There's a cache of
It's fast enough that mouse and keyboard is more fun. Looks like there was an option for a back attack there. Forgo stealth with this rapid-fire automatic pistol. Silently puncture flesh and metal with these deadly throwing knives. Usually that would be forgo stealth, but let's give it a try. That's different than what I would expect otherwise. Left click to shoot. Nice. Oh, the damage numbers are pretty satisfying. I feel like your combat feedback is pretty important in a game like this, you know? Okay, so I don't actually have limited ammo here, right? Oh, no, I do. Well, out of 190. Okay, I see it. Secondary weapon.
Good. The extraction point is up ahead. Hurry before
This is pretty neat.
you've escaped.
It's a good opening. I guess the one thing I'm still outstanding worried about is how the whole free-to-play thing is managed, because it feels really gross in Destiny and most other games I've played that are free-to-play. I don't mind spending some money on the game if there's like a recommended, you know,
Flows like fire over the
$60-ish pack that roughly stands in for buying the game. I'm more than happy to do something like that, or if most of the microtransactions are buying expansion content or something, that's fine. It's grindy to get it for free. If they make it mostly cosmetic based, that's usually better for me.
Why have you not reported in?
Yeah, that's fair. I guess if they make a distinction between, we expect you to pay money for this, but if you're like, this whole free-to-play model of you can earn it if you really want to put in hundreds of hours would have been awesome for me as a poor middle school kid. But Captain Viewer. Where'd you go, jerk? Oh, that's cool. Right click is still precise aim. Okay, so he's got a shield bar separate. Gotcha. Yeah, that kind of seems like the situation that Destiny is in. They have this amazing core gameplay loop. That worked pretty well.
My decrepit heart is pounding. This one is stronger than the rest. Lock the area down. This Tenno is mine.
Quick, get to the console and release the lockdown. Do that, and I will guide you to your old ship. It's your only chance.
Progress accelerates. Makes sense. I don't mind grinding, but it depends on the way it's presented, I guess. I mean, obviously, I played 3,000 hours of old school RuneScape, so
The Queen's want
fairly low attention most of the time.
need to know more.
This is a much better opening than what I remember, though. I don't know what it was. It felt like it was just like a random Diablo map. I'm pretty sure this is all authored. This doesn't feel like a bunch of like randomly connected rooms. Open fire with this highly versatile automatic rifle. A charged shot from this will silently kill unsuspecting enemies. Why don't we have a loud weapon and a quiet weapon? I like how they open with a melee attack. It's a good way to establish its relative strength to the gun that you get later. That feels pretty good. Yeah, the gunplay feels surprisingly good. I'm down. No, I'm okay with procedural generation. This is basically like an ARPG, right? Like a Diablo kind of game, so that's a way to make sure that the later levels have more more replayability to them. But I think you should probably start your player out with an authored experience if you're trying to like teach them the systems. Like having your first map be procedurally generated doesn't feel too hot in a lot of games. Yeah, the game feel they've nailed. Glow up seems right for sure. It actually makes me kind of glad that even though I really try not to play games off stream, I'm glad that I had about an hour of experience to know that they've changed something. To kind of get that experience of them having come a long way with it. Oh, a little puzzle. That's cute. Neat.
Stop touching me, you... What? Are my senses deceiving me? Operator, is that you?
Enemy reinforcements are here. Ship Cephalon. We require immediate extraction.
This feels a lot better than the opening of Destiny 2 as well,
Cycle the engines.
where you're not really clear on whether you're in instance content.
Are you afraid? You cannot hide from these old eyes. I marked you. You will return to me.
Destiny does a thing where, like, it tries to create these, like, seamless transitions between open world and instanced content, but it's still open world or instanced, right? And it kind of, I think it ends up being confusing to the player. Like, I think whatever benefit you get to immersion from it not being clear whether you're wandering around with other players or in lockdown in an instance is lost in the player not being sure what content they're doing, you know? So even if it's like messier, I think I prefer when games are a little bit more upfront about that kind of thing. Okay, got them all over here? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know what the profit model is. Free to play makes my eye twitch a little bit. I get nervous. But I think that there's a responsible way to do it. If it's like pay money to unlock expansion
Thank you for
content,
returning
you
to me,
know.
Operator. Operator, you have returned. I am Ordis.
Well, this isn't a good sign, but
a shadow of my former self.
claim
I cannot serve the operator
and
in
don't
such a
use.
condition.
Valid for
If you need to
48
self-destruct,
hours.
I will
Yikes.
understand.
Just pretend like that doesn't exist. It'll be fine.
The Grenier are ravenous for this old technology. It is superior to theirs. Perhaps there are systems left in the orbiter compartment?
Restore ship.
Those savages. Components have been removed. The lower orbiter compartments have no life support. Why did the operator abandon me? Arsenal management could be restored if the operator wishes it.
This game's super pretty. Stall segments.
You honor Ordis. Now I can supply the operator with better modded firepower. Oh, the violation. Those have been looted as well.
Arsenal.
We need to figure out what Captain Vor has done to you and stop him. But we'll need help. I found a communication segment you might salvage for your ship.
It's a lot
When
of
you are ready,
options.
activate your navigation system.
Ordis hopes the operator will punish the Grenier for dismantling it.
I like that the game like just boots you up. You make one choice before the game starts, and then you can customize after the opening mission. It would be cool if more games did that. I kind of like the pacing of. I mean, it's not going to work for every game, right? It seems to work here because you're like a robot person. So changing your suit isn't as big of a deal as like changing what color your eyes are. I guess Mass Effect 2 kind of did that, but wasn't the best game to explore the concept since you were likely carrying over a save from the first game and weren't going to change your look anyway. That is a lot of things. What does it want me to do? Hold on. Restore ship comms. Beautiful. Yeah, good games hampered by a free-to-play model make you more sad than blatant low-effort ones. Exactly, where it's like, if you just charge me for this game, if you would just let me pay you $60, I would be much happier.
The segment you need is in a nearby data vault. Infiltrate the vault and retrieve the segment.
The Ascaris is working, breaking through. I see the shadows of your mind.
Ferrite deposits. Oh, cool. Yeah, like, I think we've talked about, I get the free-to-play model. It's one of those things where part of the issue is if you add an item to your game that says this does nothing, but you can spend $100 on it,
This data vault is equipped with a variety
it'll
of
add
security
something on your
measures.
menu that says,
How
I
to
am
defeat
rich.
those
Like,
measures is up
people
to you.
will buy that. They will pay money for it. And if you're coming from a developer perspective, it's like, why wouldn't I let people do that if they really want to, even if it makes my product gross, you know? So if they could just come up with a way, if someone ever comes up with a model of, like, pay for the game and get the full experience, or do it free-to-play style, I guess just the fear is that they're going to get a lot of people, they'll lose money on people picking the pay for the game option when they would have spent more if you stuck them in this free-to-play loop, you know? Perform 100 stealth kills. That's cool. How do I switch between my dagger and my regular weapon? Is that a... 1 and 2 are my abilities. Okay. Scroll wheel doesn't seem to do it. F. Thank you. Requires a scanner. I don't have it yet. Cool. Favorite enemy in video games? Dogs. Or doggo. Probably not going to be saying poor doggo for long. There's a team shooter that did a pay for the game or free to play thing and it went under. So the microtransactions aren't randomized. It's you either buy the thing, you get it, or you don't. Yeah, I think it's a spectrum. It's not that like. I mean, I guess I would say I would prefer no games had microtransactions at all. But if they're gonna exist, it's not just all microtransactions are equally bad. There's worse. They caved to community pressure and removed it. Right on. This is pretty much the only game that the devs are working on right now, right? Hack security.
The console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Solve a cipher. Deterministic MTX that don't impact gameplay. Yeah, I think that's fair. Trip the alarm and drain energy if touched. Okay. Solve 1,000 ciphers. It's gonna be a bit. Well, no. Stealth kill affinity bonus. Noticing this in the top right corner of the screen there. Alerted enemies may use panic buttons to trigger the alarm. Oh, okay. I like the floating tutorial text. That's neat. I like to see more games do something like that instead of like slowing the game down with pop-ups. Oh, is it that I need to do multiple of these? There we go. So these are like loot chests, basically? Okay. Am I primarily looking for like currency? Is that the loot that I'm excited about? Am I getting like affixed guns and armor?
Extraction with no alarms. The segment is yours. Head to extraction.
Now we go.
As every moment passes, the Ascaris burrows deeper, revealing you.
Nice. Find a mod. And I'm guessing, like, equipping mods and stuff is something you do in between missions. Yeah, the feel of killing an enemy is really good. Even with the gun. Mods are where 99% of your power comes from. You installed the loot filter and looked up the build guide. Ugh. Yeah, I have good memories of Phantasy Star Online. Remember, I had that on the original Xbox and was having a ton of fun on it until one day I signed in and a hacker walked up next to me and dropped a bunch of endgame loot next to me. I just like immediately lost all interest in ever touching the game again. So I like when devs are focused on their game integrity and cheating isn't really possible. Stop it. Cyberpunk wishes it had this game's combat. Oh, combat feels really good. I'm impressed. You know, I've heard people talk about how awesome Destiny's core loop is, and it's pretty good, but I feel like this is at least comparable. So does this game have, like, dungeons and raids and boss fights with mechanics, that kind of a thing? Just wondering where it is on a scale of, like, Diablo 2 to, like, an MMO. Oh no, Serp, that would have immediately turned me off. Nothing comparable to raids anymore. Okay. I'm just curious, like, what amount of cooperation or performance is necessary to engage with the content. There are a lot of ARPGs that aren't really about performing, like, dealing with difficult content where it's easy to make mistakes and mess up mechanics. It's more about doing the same predictable content, but like getting a build that's really fast or efficient, which is fine. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. Like I played Diablo 3 when it's hard, and that's not fun. Diablo 3 is more interesting when it's like fast is what it's all about. Oh, that's kind of a cool ability there. Reach rank 2 with any weapon. I assume that's with my sword. Cool. Can I see where that XP is building up for the weapon? Do it fast? Okay, that's cool. It seems like Destiny is a little bit more focused on perform in difficult content as opposed to play efficiently, which it's neat that it's in a different... It's got a different like niche that it's trying to exploit. There is challenging content later on. Right on. Private WoW servers have an XP multiplier. I think that's the fun part of classic WoW. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, cool. So are my weapons ranking up based on my specific usage? Or, am I just getting, like, global XP? Like, am I getting sword XP every time I do something with my sword? Liberate the imprisoned arms dealer. Part usage, part global. Okay. That's a nice way to do it.
Engaging. Welcome back, operator.
Thanks.
The operator has recovered a segment.
Install it now.
Ordis patiently awaits its installation.
I like the little Navi character.
Get communications online.
That mission I just did is what I remember of this game. The way it used to start, it was just one of
This
those.
technology is beyond the Grenier. It must be Corpus in origin.
Equip. Okay, so these are like basic... Are these alternate classes to the Excalibur, and the 3 that you start with are the ones that you have for free, and the other ones are paid, basically? Or are these all cosmetic? That's pretty cool that you have all these options. So these come with like a kit of abilities and things that they can use, I assume? Companion loadout. You can pay for companions, okay. Different abilities and passives. Nice. Seems like the game has enough design space to allow for something like that. Especially on your activated abilities. It wants me to do something here. Hold on. Okay, do it up here. Install segment.
Systems engaging. I suppose this will do. Ordis is grateful.
There's a
The
plot
operator is
mission
now
to
connected
install the
with
microtransaction
the
shop.
system. The operator may now contact all black market scumbags. Contact arms dealers.
Unlock most of the options I saw for free with a reasonable grind.
Tenno,
It's
we
cool.
need to make contact with a Corpus defector sympathetic to the Tenno cause. They will, of course, require compensation.
You see what Otis is referring to, operator?
In this case, compensation will not be credits. It will be freedom. I've updated navigation. You will need to break him out of a Grenier gulag.
Mm-hmm. That's reasonable. Let me mess around with my appearance a bit here. The default things I can mess around with my appearance anyway. And you have alternate skins for each of the classes. Okay, that makes sense. Haha, colors are gated. That's fair. Secondary. Fortunately, it's third person, so I can actually see my guy most of the time. I know it's like the Murica colors, but I kind of actually I like the aesthetic of mostly blue with red and white highlights. Probably just do this. It's fine. Accents. Oh, that's cool. Is there anything in the game that you absolutely can't get through just in-game effort? Oh, it's changing the lights color. That's neat. Nice. Energy. Oh, this is when I'm like using specific abilities that proc it. Right on. Okay. And you can have different loadouts, it looks like. Non-primes are less reasonable of a grind. A lot of them are locked behind quests or late game regions. So click on this guy. Liberate the imprisoned arms dealer. I see. So their main revenue model isn't we're going to give you an insurmountable grind and then make you pay us to overcome it. It's if you're a grown-up with a job, you might want to get to the end game with your friends faster.
He's being held in the prison block on the other side of this factory complex.
I guess it bums me out when a game is able to put a like dollar price tag on my own effort, because I can pretty quickly do that math, you know. It's like, well, I could do this thing, or I could work for 3 hours at McDonald's. Like, even if I make the personal choice not to interface with microtransactions, it's still it's revealing to me in a way that I can't unsee, you know.
But he is sympathetic toward the Tenno. The Grenier must have found out.
The Ascaris is working.
League of Legends model.
Breaking through. I see the shadows of your mind.
Get through the whole story with 0 prime frames. Okay.
Don't let Vor distract you.
I like how your main way of interacting with stuff is to just sort it to death. That's awesome.
Link with him.
The use button is the melee button. I'm enjoying just meleeing everything at the moment. Some kind of cyborg ninja. Stealth kill affinity bonus. So is that like a countdown that every time I get a stealth kill and chain them, it's getting better and better or something? Don't shoot me, bro. That's jumping you're doing there. You're a good jumper. I think I need to rebind stuff. I like this slide, but I also don't ever want to take off shift in order to press slide. Oops. I'll probably put some of this on my mouse.
If you can avoid detection by the warden, it may be easier.
Oh, I already have shift bound to a mouse key. Beautiful. We'll just do that then.
The security so we can enter.
Ooh, that's nice, yeah. This area is heavily fortified. Survey the area and proceed with caution. Doesn't seem like a proceed with caution kind of game, but so I'm guessing most of these like loot nodes and ore nodes are procedurally generated. $20 mods. Max security. So I think there's a sound on those that you can kind of use. Yeah, this feels way better now that I'm using my mouse button for shift.
Search these cells for Darbo. He has to be here somewhere.
Sounds good. And you do enough of those.
I will get my entourage to meet us in orbit once we're clear of this mess.
Extraction is ready. Remember, your success here depends on getting Darbo
Alive, you say? I don't know about that. Is there a penalty for hitting space when it's not on one of the nodes?
Send you fetching greedy fools from the Corpus.
Come on, bud, let's go.
Give me a side antenna. I'll cover you. Which end does the hurting come out? I kid.
Yeah, so it does definitely seem like it's more of a League of Legends style model if you've got these like starting heroes that are fine. And then maybe more interesting. Are they called frames? Are those the different classes that you can buy? Let's go, dude. Frames.
Now the Ascaris has burrowed deep enough to give me influence.
That seems bad.
Shall we see how your shields work?
Yeah, let's do that.
The Ascaris is letting Vor control your shield. We must figure out how to remove it. Avoid taking damage while I try and block him.
Figure out. Frames of War. Yeah, I guess League of Legends never really bothered me with their model. I've never been a fan of PvP games for the most part, but I played it a little bit like 10 years ago now. How old is League? It's older than 10 years, right? Pretty sure I played it before I met my wife. Whenever the Oriana Clockwork Lady came out was the last time I tried League of Legends. But anyway, it felt like, you know, the game was perfectly playable without buying any heroes, and if you played it enough, you'd unlock some, pick the one that you thought was interesting. 2009. Alright. Yeah. I guess since, like, it helps that the classes are progress degenerate, if that makes sense. Like, it's different ways to experience the same content. And, you know, if you know which one you want, if you've been watching YouTubers or reading online, like, I'm guessing that the cost to just get one option is pretty low. And that the cost comes into play when you're trying to catch them all. Like, that's how I felt with League, where it's like, well, there's only like 1 or 2 champions that I actually want to play as, you know. Then it's pretty trivial to just get those. The limited rune pages where they change that system. Cool. Yeah, I remembered that about League 2, where like there would be 10 different new free heroes. So if you played a free hero, you'd be like, oh, I like this character. I kind of want to buy it so that I have it next week. Thought that was both smart from a marketing perspective and a decent player experience.
Orders will be delighted to show you how to upgrade your arsenal. May I recommend fire?
Sure, I'm all about fire. Let's go. All right, so they're gating all of the complex mechanics through these early instance missions. That's fair.
Operator, I've linked the mod segment to your arsenal now. No need to thank me.
Upgrade your Warframe now.
Go to the arsenal to see the weapon upgrade options you have.
Like, the core loop of the game encourages you to get good with a character, I think, as opposed to like mastering a bunch of different characters. Like Overwatch might train you to be good with at least a few characters so you can switch, right?
Using the new arsenal features. It is for the operator's own good.
Modding. I love how it defaults to a search box. Continuity, plus 3% ability duration, plus 30% health. Start fusing with selected mod.
Ordis patiently awaits compliance in using the new arsenal features. It is
Oh, and I
for
can
the
spend
operator's own good.
to upgrade what it does here. Let's do the plus melee damage. I do that a lot.
Ordis patiently awaits compliance in using the new arsenal features. It is for the operator's own good.
Now, do I have to up rank it in order for it to do anything? Are these already being done just by virtue of them being in my inventory, or do I have to equip them somewhere?
Ordis
Let's
patiently
preview.
awaits compliance in using the new arsenal features. It is for the operator's own good.
I'm on it, I'm on it. Hold on. Go to the arsenal to equip them.
Ordis patiently awaits compliance in using the new arsenal features. It is for the operator's own good.
Upgrade is for installing mods?
Excellent
Ah,
find, operator.
okay, thank
There
you.
are hundreds of these mods to locate. If my calculations are correct, there are exactly a lot of possibilities. Install the mod before we can continue.
Apply a mod. Okay, I see. So this is your gear. This is where you level up. And can you like trivially unequip them without losing them? I see. And the shield capacity costs 2 units for me to equip, basically? I think I get it. Your equipment gains extra capacity over time.
I'm in your debt, and I often pay my debts. I recognize that device. It's a parasitic restraint. We Corpus use something similar to keep our robotics in line.
When I played League back
To
in
settle my debt, I give you a
2009 or whatever, like lane rolls weren't a thing yet, so...
And well, a lot of my customers don't live long with these grenade dogs chewing up the system.
Get a discount if you equip a mod in the slot with the same symbol in the top right. Oh.
You could build a countermeasure device from this blueprint. Good luck.
Let me see if I see what you're talking about here.
Solaris is burrowing into your Warframe.
So like there's this little green icon up here.
I can't lose you, Tenno. We must restore the
I
ship's
see.
founding immediately.
So it's only counting
A
as...
nearby ore extraction
That's why
colony
it's
will have
green,
the
basically.
Fountry technology you need. I am certain
So like
they
this
will
would go
share
here.
its location has been added to your navigation console.
Gotcha. Okay. Neat. Had a little smash play, yeah. Polarities have the mod cost.
Tenno, we may have a problem. The colony is unresponsive. Get to the surface so we can see what's going on.
I think your mods are just across your character, right? They're not, like, bound to equipment in such a way. Like, you might get a thing that makes assault rifle shots do more damage, but that doesn't have to get equipped into an assault rifle. If I followed correctly.
I was afraid of this. The Grenier are here.
Oh, it
and I
is bound to
cannot find
equipment?
any signs of living colonists. You still have a
Okay.
job to do.
That's more
Find
traditional than I
Foundry
thought at
signal.
first. But anyway, if we're talking about like the toxicity of free-to-play MTX mechanics, I think that if you have a game where the game itself is free, like the actual core loop of playing it, of seeing all the levels and engaging with all the content, everyone can do that, and then changing the way you engage with it is what you pay money for. That doesn't bother me too much, especially if you can actually earn those things yourselves. It's expensive if you want to catch all the Pokemon, but there's no reason to catch all the Pokemon, right? Like a team of 6 is fine.
The signal cannot be boosted any further. Hurry, we're running out of time.
You can use a single rifle mod on like 7 assault rifles, but you have to manually equip them. Oh, okay. So that's the best case scenario. Like, if you like a particular mod, you don't have to have different copies of it if you have different guns. Song says, gotta catch them all. Doesn't say if you feel like catching them all, you could. It doesn't say if you're up for it, go for it. It's an imperative. I guess I've seen shockingly few games take that approach, you know, to microtransactions. It's weird because I feel like it's different than selling gear, which it sounds like this game you can also buy gear that you could find normally, but it doesn't seem like that's their core revenue model. Uh, 10-year-old hobos. Oh, that's right. Well then. It's my first time falling. Is this an actual, like, legit jumping puzzle? Maybe not. Maybe there's just a different way to get over there. Oh yeah, you can jump really far in this game. Cool. Is there any reason to not be sprinting all the time? I've just been holding down this shift button on my mouse, and it seems to be perfectly fine. All about the gotta go fast. I buy it. I have like a, oh yeah, okay, Diablo style big map button. That's what I was hoping for. So that means there's like a second level up here that I can get up to, presumably. Just need to get like a paperweight and hold down my shift key. I was hoping for a Diablo minimap. Whoops. I'm used to it being tab, but I'm also holding shift constantly, so when I hit tab, I accidentally hit shift tab.
Good. Your ship is one step closer to completion. Now,
That's always good to
there is
hear.
one more thing you need to do. Eliminate all Grenier and provide justice for the colonists.
That seems easy. No problem.
Soon the worm will be in your spine, and I will control this warframe of yours.
He said the thing.
I will purge your doting mother and bring you home.
I don't know, man. I like my doting mother. She dotes on me. What's wrong with that? I like that attack. It's satisfying. Oh, sure. Yeah, no, I talk a lot about the inherent toxicity of game mechanics. Mechanics that promote toxicity in players who aren't, like, naturally inclined towards being toxic. It's a thing in MMOs, like having to compete for mining nodes. It's just a thing that's going to make your players shittier to each other. But I'm talking about whether or not your microtransaction system is toxic. Anything that exploits feelings of FOMO, anything where you need to engage with microtransactions to actually like play the game competently, gotcha type systems, loot boxes. I'd probably file all that under toxic. But I think that that exists simultaneously in parallel to toxic game mechanics, like which might exist in a MOBA. Seems like those are among the things that Blizzard was trying to fix with Heroes of the Storm, reducing some of the trivial mistakes that you can make to ruin everyone else's fun. Warframe's pretty fair. Is the whole game oriented, like, structured around microtransactions, or I know they won't do this because it's their entire revenue model, but how much would have to change if they wanted to change it so that you just bought it once and you had access to it? Like if they wanted to stop actively developing it but let people pay for it. I think I can agree, just based on what I've seen so far, though, like... Destiny seemed much more transparently gross about its monetization methods from the first 4 hours of play. That feels pretty good. I didn't try sliding and then sorting out of a slide. Nice. It would require a radical rebalance, but it wouldn't necessarily break the game. Okay. I see what you're saying. Nice. Shields are nothing against a melee weapon that they're designed to protect against. It's cool. Didn't do quite enough damage there. D is the developer, is that right? Yeah, this game seems heavily iterated upon.
Excellent work, Tenno.
But it seems like it's to the game's benefit rather than detriment. I played a lot of games lately that have been like live service games for 5+ years, and that the final state of the product, there's a lot of things where I'm like, I question why it even is that way. You know, why does this game even have experience points anymore if it does this way, or why does it make this a choice when it's obvious what you should do? Iteration sickness type problems. Install new segment.
Foundry restored.
Foundry.
Here, the operator will craft many powerful weapons and tools to exact revenge for dismantling me. To expand your arsenal. Oh no. Operator, our component storage has been looted as well. Typical Corpus. Sure, the blueprint is free, but jack up the components. Operator, we will need resources in order to build the countermeasure blueprint.
Got it.
Tenno, I just received a very explicit message from your ship, Sevlon. If you're looking for resources, why didn't you just say so? I know just the place, but I demand an apology. My mother is no gymnast, and she would never
Oh, yeah?
do these things.
That's just over here under Arsenal.
You can go straight to operator.
I must have missed where that was an option, separate from
Wow.
this stuff.
You may want to get a new ship, Sevlon, when you can afford it. That one seems glitched. I've marked your navigation with a place I know. It's good for resources, if you can stand the cold.
Select the weapon. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. Go away. I meant to hit back. Although maybe I could use that. Oh, I see. Upgrade. Okay, thank you. I didn't understand that that had a whole separate section for it. You can customize this stuff too? Oh, that's where these mods are coming from. Okay. Melee stance mods only. Okay, so the number of mod slots that are available is dependent on the weapon itself, I assume. That's pretty neat. Visible when holstered. Huh. I dig that. Okay. So these mods get pretty strong eventually, I assume. Eight for everything. Slots for aura, stances, and mods. Capacity spending on weapon level. Okay, so it's a way to, like, force you to use a weapon for a bit before you're able to fully unlock its potential. That's kind of how Path of Exile handles skill gems, sort of. You can't just, like, switch to a different build immediately. Oh, this game's fun so far.
Darvo's intel suggests that this outpost is host to several rich supply caches. Raid the caches and take what you need. This outpost belongs to the Corpus, a secretive but extremely powerful merchant cult known to be working with the Grenier. Darvo will fill you in.
About how many hours in would you say that the difficulty starts to spike a bit? I assume it's not like a Diablo type system where you unlock higher difficulties, it's just that missions get harder over time. That's pretty cool. Guy looks like he's coming out of Dead Space. I'm doing alright. How you been, New Leader? Good seeing ya. It's easy content that's relevant in the endgame.
Keep moving. There is more here.
I guess right now the game is
Don't let them bother.
pretty clearly directing me to stuff that it recommends I do. This all counts as main story, or is this just to unlock the
Anyone.
gated core mechanics like the Foundry and mod
A
installation?
lot. But I don't sell my wares to the damned Grenier. That's unforgivable.
Pokemon starters? Okay. This still effectively counts as the tutorial. Yeah, right now I feel kind of invincible. And I'm hoping that that's not true for, like, dozens of hours. Still tutorial prologue stuff. So I guess in this case, it's like you're invincible, get through it as fast as you can. Difficulty goes up a bit after the prologue. Okay. Yeah, the movement feels really good in this game. I'm impressed by that. I forget where I heard this. It must have been in the thread somewhere where they're talking about like completion rates, looking at achievements, like when people tap out of a game, and that it among free-to-play games, you know, the achievements drop off drastically. Most people who just pick up a game to try it because they didn't have to invest any money quit pretty quickly. But that Warframe is an unusually high completion rate. Compared to something like Path of Exile, which I was just playing recently, where like after the first 2 acts, it just extreme attrition. People just bail. They're like, nope, this ain't for me. The people that stick around for a long time and play the whole game. Oh, new little puzzle. That's cute. Nice. I dig it. Yeah, you either play it for 2 hours or 2,000, exactly. Yeah, my prior experience 4 or 5 years ago was basically that, Nublator. I loaded in and I was just like, wow, this seems pretty easy, you know? And it didn't help that the people that were trying to get me to play were much higher levels, so they were running the missions with me and things were just dying even faster than they are now.
But you're not done yet. Find the next cache. You almost have what you need.
You have murdered my sons and disgraced.
I think it's better now from what I remember, though. What little I remember. The opening's definitely much better.
The Ascaris will complete its task and bring you to me.
Don't do that. Huh, this hasn't happened before. To kill all the guys to get out of here, maybe? Nowhere to jump. There's no consoles to use, right? Can I, like, shoot this thing? Oh! Destroy security cameras. Cool. Can take Excalibur through the entire Star Chart without complicated builds or mods. How does, if you try a different frame, how does that affect your overall progress to the game? Like, are you basically starting over? Is it like a Diablo type thing where you have a shared stash? So when you go through it the first time, it's now easier to kit out your next frame? It seems like the tutorial stuff stays done, like maybe it's a better comparison, and instead of having multiple characters that share a stash in Diablo, maybe it's more like Final Fantasy XIV, where you can swap the multiple jobs, but once you've done the story, it's done, you don't have to do it again. More like armor than characters. Swap frames, keep a high rank weapon. Okay. Oh, stealth attack is a separate option. What was the X button? Try it next time. Oh, oops. Hey, red health. No problem. I asked this earlier, but I missed if chat responded. And now I have to remember what the question was. Is there a always hold shift, press shift to walk button? Because it seems like I never want to let go of this. Hold on, I gotta call her. There's toggle sprint? Okay, I gotta turn that on like right now. Where is that? I think it's on now. Oh, thank God. Okay, that's much better. Thank you. All right.
Extraction. You've got all you came for.
The Ascaris has reached your mind and rendered your lotus mute. You will return to me over your own free will.
This is so much better, thank you. If anyone checks this game out because of this stream, I highly encourage toggle sprint as your first decision. X is stealth attack, okay, cool. Ow. Oops. Play for 2 hours. I guess that includes the 50 minutes I played before. Right on. So this is just a little summary of all the stuff I just got from that mission, basically. Excellent.
Operator, are you all right?
This part of your journey is over, Tenno. I admire you for your struggle, but now I am part of you.
Lotus, do something. Help the operator.
We Linea are millions,
Get out of here.
but with a
Oh, interesting. So when you go to craft stuff, this could be like minutes or hours.
but now
So you can have stuff 3D printing while you're out in the field playing the game.
Operator, do not abandon me again. Build
Is this where,
countermeasures.
is this a monetization opportunity that I could pay to increase the speed of
I
this?
did this for my love, my
We're already nonchalantly ignoring this
I
guy.
will forgive my insubordination when I deliver you to them. Our love will be reborn as we feed on your divine blood. Our children will flourish without disease. And I will die at last, at peace.
Get out of here.
Grandfather. What do you think you're doing?
Cutting you out. Shut up.
What a waste.
You goof.
Tenno. Good. You managed to disarm Vor's Ascaris.
Fabrication is real time. It can be days. Gotcha.
Oh no. The Ascaris had a tampering failsafe. It's burrowed into
So is that like a Farmville kind of a thing that you want to log in just to adjust your fabricator settings, or can you queue them?
Your ship to access the personnel records will be the fastest way to find Vor.
Operator, what are you waiting for? Ordis assumes finding Vor implies violence?
This game seems a lot more upfront about how much it wants you to engage with its story. I think I was getting a stress headache from playing Destiny because it like implies all of this super rad lore that was apparently hidden on a website that you had to like read through the codex. It was never actually in the first Destiny game. So like they paid somebody at Bungie to give a shit, and then they screwed that person over by not putting any of their stuff in the game. Yeah, that's pretty cool looking.
Find and extract a navigation segment.
You have a phone app to manage the Foundry. Sure, that makes sense.
You have murdered my sons and disgraced me before my queens. But soon, the Ascaris will complete its task and bring you to me.
So in that case, it sounds like the Foundry, like I've heard Warframe described as one of those like games that wants to be the only game you're playing. And is it mostly the Foundry that's driving that, the feeling that you gotta log in every day or check on your phone or something? Or is that unfair to the design of the game? Blah, blah, blah. It's not particularly FOMO-y. Yeah, because I guess it's like, it's not... You have to play it, otherwise you're never going to get to do this content again. It's... You gotta log in every day if you want to get all of your things crafting. I am right now. I think there was a class that was mostly focused on not even using guns, right? At least it was one of the starting classes they recommended. Login rewards are kind of FOMO-y. It is interesting to see a player base that, like, seems pretty pro Warframe. Like, it seems like everyone who loves Destiny and Path of Exile are united in their hatred of the game that they play for thousands of hours. Which is an interesting model. I've been there with a couple of games. Like, World of Warcraft is definitely like that, you know? It's very appealing to, like, the outrage merchant in all of us. Yeah, so a lot of microtransaction-riddled games exploit FOMO, Nublator, like Pokemon Go. Oh, this weekend is Shiny Beldoom weekend. You better log in during the weekend. Oh, and we've got a special pack that sells Ultra Balls for 75% off. Might never come back again. or Fortnite, like, oh, there's a skin in the shop. Might not be in the shop ever again. Yeah, I guess I don't really see, like, I don't think I've ever seen a WoW subreddit post that wasn't salt, you know? Like, if it's making it to my front page for games that I don't play, it usually gives me an interesting look at, like, what the streamer community is like, or what the hardcore community is like for a game. Yeah, we start a new league, be having a good time. Check the Reddit and see you should have been hating it. It's weird. I think a lot of it comes down to... I don't think criticism is bad, obviously. Like, that's my jam. I totally agree with that. Critics are the real optimists because they believe that things could be better. But there's a certain brand of, like, outrage-driven criticism that's like, the people making this game aren't invested in making their game good. You see that a lot from, like, especially the WoW subreddit during Battle for Azeroth. Like, are you kidding? Like, the developers absolutely care about their game. Why would you think they don't? It's a weird thing to assume. It's interesting. I guess I haven't seen anything from the Final Fantasy XIV subreddit in years. What do they even have to complain about? Shareholders... I see a lot of games as a battle between the publisher and the developer. It's kind of your capital versus worker struggle, right?
A direct course to a convoy of colonists. You have a choice. You can extract now, or you can disable this galleon and save the colonists. Saving the colonists could jeopardize this mission. I recommend you head straight to extraction, but the choice is yours.
Let's try to save the colonists.
The Ascaris failsafe is attacking your systems. Your shield capacity has just been halved.
That's
You're
fair.
wasting precious time, Tenno.
Trolley problem time. Yeah, I think it's generally to the advantage of capital. Your shareholders or your publisher or whoever at the company at corporate is more interested in money than making a good product. It's in their interest when people in the fan base get mad at the developers, right? Instead of aiming their outrage laser in the right direction. Sounds like the Warframe devs self-publish, right? Oh, wait, I thought green meant optional. Sorry, colonists. Sorry. I literally just thought green meant you don't have to do it, and orange meant you did. Oops. Womp womp. It was a hard decision, that's what we'll say.
When you are ready, proceed to the navigation console.
Got anything new down here? So I have a question, but I have to think about how to ask it in a way that's not very stupid. Let me see. Attack speed, melee damage. See, I think I prefer having the melee damage. So, kind of think of the strength of gear and builds in video games as being on a spectrum from like mild but balanced, like Final Fantasy XIV or WoW gear upgrades, where like all that the gear is really doing is making you mathematically capable of handling the next tier of content, with like Path of Exile or Diablo being on the opposite end, where like gear intentionally makes you busted and really, really insanely strong. You know, are you getting like a 1% to 5% efficiency improvement from gear, or are you like, is it an exponential growth kind of a situation? Where does Warframe lie on that gradient?
He can capture you again. Don't worry. I will be with you. Let us
Hover
show
stats
him
in the
how
upgrade
much
screen
you
for more
love.
details. Confront
Are you ready to
Vor.
go?
I can shut him up
Is the
finally.
only way to rid yourself of him permanently.
Beyond busted? Okay, that's exciting to hear. So it sounds like that's more of what that's the catharsis you're going for in Warframe eventually, is getting an insane, just nutty build. Which I guess you can feel that a bit more in something like
This is our chance.
Diablo starting out. Like, Diablo is about this easy. You run around, you click skeletons, they die. You are almost invincible until you get to Nightmare or Hell difficulty. And then you just get to the point where your move speed is insane and everything's exploding all around you and it feels awesome. I guess I wonder how you express that at the start of the game.
I could have saved the Grenier, but they cast me out. Maybe it's not too late to draw your divine blood.
What about the mod design? Are mods mostly like math benefits that you're stacking to produce insane effects, or are there like the equivalent of legendary affixes that are gameplay warping in their own right? Because like the ones you see at the beginning of the game seem like they're mostly attack speed 5%, damage 20%, but I'm wondering, is there like when you attack, fireballs shoot out of your body, or every time you get hit you reflect 200% of the damage? You know what I'm saying? Like, either can be cool. I find that Path of Exile is more focused around stacking crazy math upgrades to make your own busted build, versus Diablo 3 is more about these authored legendary affixes that do those crazy things on their own. It's mostly math. Okay.
Put you down like a rabbit cobra.
There are special 1 per gear piece mods that can warp gameplay. Okay. So when you say crazy gameplay warping stuff is from Warframes and weapons, that maybe maps a little bit better onto something like Path of Exile, where the majority of your nutty stuff comes from the sphere grid, your passive tree, and then gear just kind of enables that or makes it more efficient. Imagine you can get some pretty cool high-level movement in this game.
Do you realize your Lotus has sent you to die?
This is the guy from the opening. He's been harassing us the whole time.
Target acquired. Take them down.
Distract them!
Ads.
For my queen! Your corpse will serve us well!
Stop it.
This one has your name on it!
Correct.
Look, the Ascar's detonator has just disintegrated. It's as if it was directly connected to Vor. You're done here. Go to extraction.
Sweet. Can do. It sounds like gear does a lot of heavy lifting in Path of Exile, but comparing it to Diablo, where like it's 100% from your gear. Like in Diablo, if you take all of your gear off, you're useless. You're as useless as a level 1 character, right? There's no math to your character anymore. I'm wondering if that balance lies mostly with mods or with your ability setup, experience points, that kind of a thing. So I have it on toggle sprint. Whenever I roll like that, does that mean I've successfully toggled? Not necessarily. So I have to press and hold. Okay. Keep an eye on that. Getting to the level cap is a prerequisite for real power levels in this. Yeah, Diablo 3 kind of took this, like, streamlining approach to the genre of infinite free respecs and very little. I think that the game as it exists now has no permanent investment whatsoever, whereas Diablo 2 is all about the permanent investment, right? It was, you gotta look up a build before you start playing because you can brick your character if you do things wrong. I think I prefer the infinite respec model, even though it has some drawbacks, just because it means you can play the game blind and sight read. Mods are 99% of your power. Kill the boss. Fast hands, quick draw. What are the rarity colors for mods? Or are these colors for whether or not they're weapon versus armor?
You've done it, Tenno. Voris Ascaris is gone. You are free now.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
But your work has just begun. The origin system is in chaos, and it needs you, Tenno. Vor was just a part of the Grineer machine, and we have seen that the Corpus have begun amassing weapons of their own. It is a dangerous time.
I think they actually patched respecs into Diablo 2 within like the last 10 years.
Whatever mission they choose.
Unread messages in your
You will be
inbox,
at your
huh?
side. There will be others too. It is time for the Tenno to return.
Okay, so I don't have new
So,
slots on my
mission will
frame
you do
yet.
next?
I don't have new slots on the sword yet. Bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Your new mission. Seek out like-minded fighters, 10 or more effective in groups. Is there a way to play multiplayer with like low communication? Like, can I just load into a map with other players and clear it out and then disappear without ever chatting with each other? Or is it more like you got to find a lobby and connect to it and then say hi and then ask what mission you're doing? Either's fine. I'm just curious how it's, if it's drop in, drop out, like puggable. See you, Serp. Most of Warframe is low communication.
Now, just in case some of you ain't doing all
This is
out of the
terrifying.
kindness of your hearts.
Which is the daily login bonus / battle pass type thing.
Later.
Pick a mission. Say you want the game to pick some teammates. Reactivate the solar rail by completing the task for this junction and defeating its guardian. So I can just put it on. I guess I'm already on public, huh? Which isn't. Was I forced on solo up until this mission? Is it already going to try to find people? Buy 4 mods to a single Warframe. Okay, so this is kind of like, this is using achievements to kind of guide your progress if you don't know where to go or what to do, I take it. G is like a ping system, basically, that'll make it appear on the map. Some mission nodes can be busy while others are deserted. Can I continue to use the recommended mission thing and that'll take me to a level without having to think about it too much? Oh, weird. Is this like a lobby before the mission can start or something? I don't know if there's anything I can interact with here. Junctions are pointers, so what you should be trying to do. Oh, I need to do this before I can progress. I have to apply 4 mods to a Warframe or weapon, upgrade a mod to rank 2 or higher through fusion. Okay, I think I get it. Understood. I didn't realize that those things were the same idea. Well, that's neat. It's a way to make sure you're still engaging with the game along a authored track. Not missing out on things that could warp your gameplay, like just failing to craft at all, I suppose. So here's where I do fusion, right? Select a mod to begin fusion. This won't include stuff that I've already equipped, right? Enhance a mod by fusing endo. Sure, why not? Fuse mods together to create a more powerful mod. Just got 3 Steam achievements. Hot diggity. Oh, my bad. Sorry, Slow. I know I must have just wasted resources. Try not to think about it. 40% melee. Oh, all the mods are flawed? Where'd you say I can go to see those kinds of features? Is that like a hover over, or is there a button I have to press to see that? Well, it's kind of cool just summarizing what everything does here.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator.
Range.
All accounted for.
The image will be cracked if it's flawed. Okay, so Fury is not flawed, but Pressure Point is. I see. Pressure Point flawed, Fury. Okay. Thanks. So Vitality is flawed. Thief's Wit is flawed. Oh. That's cool. Thief's Wit. Highlights mods for the environment as well as the minimap. Increase loot radar. So there's fun stuff like that. It's not all just your known stats, your armor, resistances, shields. I think the multiple day fabrications are for taking a different route, like for making a new Warframe. But then you can just play through it with this without having to fabricate stuff, right? I see. So normal redirection is already... It looks like this one was cheaper to equip to make up for it, maybe? Gotcha.
Together, operator. Now get out there and...
Cut down the...
and make the Lotus proud.
So given that I can't do the Junction, I guess I can try Ghoul Purge. And get my ass handed to me, or presumably. Is there a... Do I just click on random nodes on the map to pick which content to do? Is there a recommended instance kind of a thing? Not recommend I do events. All right, well, I'll try one, and then I'll bail out after this. Are the frames intended to be more or less balanced from each other, or are there some that are just like strict upgrades on existing ones? How do I leave? Is it just like a hit escape to leave at will kind of a thing? Are events just going to get me too much loot for this early in the game and be overwhelming? That's cute. They're playing Violent Warfare. Technically, this is a late game area. Okay. Okay, I'll do the low-level intro mission and then bounce. What's the best way for me to find stuff that's like level appropriate? Is there like a number on the map that I can hover over that compares to my current? Also, are my combined mod strength, is that represented as like an eye level or something comparable somewhere? True power level is capacity. Any other thing on Earth is probably okay. Okay. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if this is the kind of game where you could roughly represent your level with a number, or if it was more complicated than that with the way mods work. It's a lot of other players. Neat. Is this something new that they added, that there's this kind of this open area where you see other players running around? Because I kind of assumed this whole game was more like Diablo lobby based, that you didn't see other players unless if you explicitly grouped up with them.
Interested in working for me?
Astron standing.
Head out on the plains and
Daily standing. Earn standing to progress.
we Ostrons would be honored to accept your sacrifice.
Need missile pods, all this other... A lot of the items in this game sound like they're out of, like, what is it? Dinosaur Planet, Star Fox Adventures. I need more Weeble Globs.
Couldn't get anyone to take that on.
Prove yourself.
New Grenier bossman's been giving us no end of trouble. You're my go-to tenno. Make him go away, yeah?
And everybody's a cool robot person, and presumably now I'm in a instance and I've joined with other players. Okay. It's okay, performance. I believe in you. You can do this. Oh, and I was briefly in like a...
Of Eidolon, the site of an historic battle between the Orichan and a great sentient. These
Looks like I was briefly in a matchmaking mode while it put me with this Painticle person.
If local legends are true, you do not want to be out here at night.
Free roam or take up bounties. So currently the objective is eliminate nearby enemies. I won't spend a ton of time here if this is pretty different from the normal core loop. But this is also a lobby. There's not like hundreds of players in here. It's just me and Painticle, right? Oh, they're shooting some birds and shit. Right on. King Tuk Tuk joined the squad. Now this kill enemies with a melee weapon is specific to this map or specific to this mode of play?
Target spotted.
Yeah, I saw the people leave. Now, is my sword way more effective than my gun simply because I've been using my sword so much? Am I going to run into enemies that are just immune to melee? So I kind of want to level my sword, but I'm wondering if the best way to do it is to just keep killing stuff, get better mods for it. or start shooting things more so I can equip more mods to it. This is pretty cool. Okay. It's like a battle pass system. Is it one that you're opted into by default just by playing it, and then you can pay to advance the track more or something like that? Oh man, jumping in midair feels pretty awesome. Or not jumping in midair, shooting from midair. Jumping from midair feels good too.
Get over there and take them out.
So like you can, while you're spinning, hold on. You can jump, or you can shoot. Try to not shoot my ally here.
Keep going. They won't be able to sustain these casualties.
Is there, there's not friendly fire in this, right?
More Grenier amassing nearby. Get over there and take them out.
None of it's paid. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I just worry that using this sword is going to make me want to use the sword more because it's more effective, which is going to make me want to use the sword more. And it's going to positive feedback loop itself until I never actually get good with guns. Are there any Warframes that are built around just not using range weapons or guns at all? My aim's not great. Like, I generally don't play mouse and keyboard. And even when I do, I'm not very good at it, so I probably get better if I practice it more. I didn't get far enough into Destiny to see any of the difficult content, but it sounds like it eventually gets to a point where you have to get good at aiming, and there's no, like, I suck at aiming option, like there is in something like Overwatch.
Almost feel sorry for him. Then I remember
Bounty complete.
Here's your bounty.
So is he just going to keep giving us new bounties so long as we're in this map? Yeah, this map is surprisingly big. How is combat scaling working? Is it trying to pair me with people that are roughly the same gear level as me? Is it that they take more damage from enemies than I do? I think that's how WoW handles it now. It's really confusing. Pick up bounties manually. Other people that were doing the intro mission. Okay. Now I don't have a map indicator for return to Cetus. Is that something I do it by like hitting escape or something? There's no downscaling. Okay. No, it's M. Whoa, that's a big map. Hot damn. Okay. Thanks. Guess I can kind of follow them. Looks like they're headed back there. Players waiting for you, one. WoW is... it's hard to describe what they're doing, but they've kind of recognized that the math of the game has always worked in percentages, that if you have on-level gear and you're on level against an enemy, that using your one ability is going to do 5% of their health and damage, right? And they've just built that in officially. What's up? Sorry, Andrew's here. Can I leave here, or do I have to wait for other people to do something first? You can right-click on the map to waypoint in the world. Okay. When I'm back on the big map, which I'm not at right now, right? See these other players. I don't see how to leave. Oh, it's like loading, basically. Just some jank about who was in the room at the time the host migration happened, presumably? Okay, I think I see. Gotcha. Basically, the best way to put it is that WoW doesn't do absolute numbers anymore. The numbers it shows you are fake, if that makes sense. And you're constantly getting world hopped secretly, like you're phasing into other servers that are populated with people for whatever content you're doing. It means the world never feels empty, which is nice. But it has the downside of there's no such thing as server identity anymore because you're constantly bumping into people from all over the game. It's like I like to say, like, especially in the space of MMOs, but just generally for game design, very rarely is there a game design decision that doesn't represent some kind of trade-off. I would like to not vote on a mission. I would like to just leave. Is that fast travel that does that? Fast travel lets me go somewhere. Leave Cetus. Yes. It's a pretty interesting approach to networking. Let me see if there's anything I can get Foundry-ing here. I don't think so. Yeah, none of this crap. Not yet, anyway. Someone in chat says, hey, this game kinda lit. Not gonna lie. Alright, let's see. So pretty much just go wherever and it's fine. Do the lock icons mean once I do Everest, I'll unlock Koba and Cervantes? So maybe do things that have locks behind them. Okay. Where was the mastery rank test? I saw that popped up earlier, but I didn't see where to go to do it. Oh yeah, no. WoW has a really serious degeneracy problem, especially in Battle for Azeroth. I haven't played Shadowlands at all, but most MMOs do, to be honest. Final Fantasy XIV is really like quadrupled down on having like a preset model for what a tank is and what kind of abilities they ought to have. And it means that you can attempt virtually all of the game's content with any makeup of different classes, which I think is good. But that's the trade-off, right? That now they all feel kind of samey. Everybody has an invincibility move. They're mostly just differentiated in like bits of flavor along the edges. Pretty restricted design space. The escape menu will let me select it. Thanks, Talon. I'll do it after this mission. So technically I'm in public for this mission, but because nobody's doing it, there's no other players here. Is that what's going on?
Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
How do I restore its power? Is that a, like, talk to it kind of a thing? It looks like it's going to run out of power no matter what I do.
We need another power cell for the excavator.
Oh, we need a power cell. Answers my question. Is that a thing that enemies are going to drop, or is that a thing that, like, I have to go leave and find somewhere else? Oh, I think there might be icons on the map that show me where to find them. Hold on. Pick up power cell. Okay, it's the little orange things on the map. I think I get it. And then run up to the thing and it adds power. So this is like a mission type. Does the enemy density go pretty high later on? Is that even a thing that people think about for Warframe? This place already seems quite a bit more dense than the tutorial missions. Oh, I see. So Sword Dance wasn't incrementing earlier because I hadn't gotten out of the tutorial to unlock the Battle Pass thing. Excal 2 for CC? Yeah, because I'm going to lose this mission just because they're doing so much damage to it.
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell.
I'm working on it. Is most of the stuff that's on the ground here just ammo that I would auto pick up if I needed it? I assume it's like automatically picking up mods and that kind of thing for me, right? Do you run out of storage space for those eventually? Is that why you fuse them together? Oh, okay. Yeah, they taught me about one earlier on, but it didn't seem like it was that useful. You're seeing those on the bottom right corner there? Oh, cool. Thank you. I didn't even see it pop up when I gained new skills here. Those are exclusive to me, to this Warframe. Most stuff is pick up auto if you've got space. Okay. So what does that actually do? Can I go somewhere to see what my 1, 2, 3, and 4 abilities do? It taught me about one early on, which seemed okay.
Excavation complete. Look what we found. Extraction is now available.
Okay. But that doesn't pause, presumably. Oh, and do these rank up through use? Or do I have to like spend stuff to rank them up? Blinds enemies, launch javelins. And is that like homing effect? Summon a sword of pure light and immense power. I put this in when discussing it with Knight, who put it on the voting spreadsheet, as I'll just play it for 100 hours and we'll see what we do. I don't know that there's really a beat condition. It sounds like you can do all of the missions, right? There is a main story quest that you get to the end of. It's a finite amount of progress. The challenge escalates every time. Okay. So the reason to...
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts
the reason not to leave is that I've already invested the time in getting it to the second excavator, which is going to give me better loot.
To the dig site.
This is an issue I used to run into playing Diablo 3 back in the day of like, should you leave a rift immediately when the Rift Guardian is defeated? And I'd always argue yes, because sure, the next floor could have special loot on it, but it's just as likely that the next rift will have special loot on it. And if you leave right when the Rift Guardian's killed, then you're making progress to another Rift Guardian spawning, right? So that's just AoE. This is an endless mission. So it said that after doing Everest, I would unlock. There were locked maps beyond it.
Has lost power.
If I just do a single excavator here, is that enough to leave the mission and then unlock the next one? Or do I have to do more stuff first? Alright, they're starting to get a little bit nastier. If I leave now, we count as a win. Okay. Even though this excavator is already up. Gotcha. Everything else is just bonus resources. Oops.
We need another power cell for the excavator.
No, that's okay. I'm just gonna leave. Gotcha. Disruptor, shotgun. I don't know that I've actually gotten new weapons since the tutorial. Is that something, where would I find those if I have gotten some? Or is it something you have to craft in the fabricator? Yeah, I'll take a look here in a second. Junctions give you new weapons. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you still need the materials and the crafting time. You can't just buy the weapon outright. Apply 4 mods to a single Warframe or weapon. Alright, hold on. Yeah, I always get nervous whenever I'm playing a game that has a trading system where trading is a more effective way of playing the game than just playing the game, you know? I find that's frustratingly common. I think I need to get one more level up to be able to afford to equip the last thing here, unless if I can put multiple on my sword here. Yeah, not quite yet. Mastery exam and junctions. Mastery rank up. Thanks. They don't have it anymore?
Well, they said they were out, so
okay, maybe
I don't
they're
know
not
what that. It's
gone
I think
forever.
The girl was new.
Attempt this once per day. You're ready to become initiate. When does the day reset kick in? Is that per 24 hours, or is there like a time of day?
You must be a master of all their weapons. Prove yourself with your primary weapon.
Oh, with your primary weapon. Well, I'm not good at that. No more sword.
Excellent. Continue.
Can you, like, spend MTX to get rid of the time restriction or something? This one's just clock-based. Whoa! Almost fell off the stage. I don't think the enemies that I led to fall off the stage counted. Couldn't tell if that made it go up or down or not. It's basically like a DPS check. Make sure that I've got the right build for this to be possible.
formidable performance. This test is now
Hooray!
mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Initiate. Base mod capacity. The rest of this is like storage-based upgrades.
Operator, messages have arrived in your inbox.
Mastery Slate has been commissioned to honor your achievement. Oh, this like shows up in my ship or something? It's kind of cool. So you're saying if I change this out to the flawed redirection, then I have enough to equip something else. Okay. Orbiter appearance. Oh, that's kind of cool. You can set the wear and tear. Nice. It's got to be mostly blue. Let's maybe not have that much wear and tear. I was just going to leave it alone, but oops, it's equipment, right?
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle?
Me too.
Alright, let's try the Junction. So is a Junction an actual level that you do, or is it unlocking a planet with levels on it, basically? My wife got me some food earlier than I was expecting, so I'm gonna eat it here a bit on mute. Confront Spectre. Oh god. So it's like another frame type creature, basically. Cool. And that unlocks my ability to then go to Venus, presumably. Is this like part of the lore for Warframe that this is how they do faster than light travel or something? Okay, it looks like I just got a new weapon blueprint that I'm able to craft, if I understood that correctly. So I'm going to go scope that out. And I think I'll go check out Venus. So is there then going to be another junction that has me leaving Venus to go to, like, Mercury or something? Or is the junction to Mars... Is it going to give me which junction is recommended in the top right corner? I don't know the components. Taxon. Mastery rank 2. Shield restoration. Yeah, why not? Oh, it's a pet. Okay. Neat. Can I spend anything other than MTX currency to speed this up? Because it looks like this is about 24 hours.
I've been thinking, Operator. I thought you'd want to know.
I've been thinking. Invasions. Invasions are events which we don't want to focus on too much just yet, right? Next objective is the Mercury Junction. Defeat Jackal at Fossa. Okay, this is... I was getting nervous that I wasn't getting stuff like this before. Fossa is off this way, so I gotta start at the gate. Like, I need this game to give me some direction on where I could go instead of just, like, it being completely open.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Or if I can set up a button press here so that I can melee and play this game mostly from the mouse. Alright, they're not all dying in one hit. That's a good sign. I do kind of wish that this game lets you start at a higher difficulty, maybe in exchange for more XP or something. Because I think that there are enough players that you'll lose in the first few hours by it being so face roll early on. Like when I had a couple friends trying to show this to me for about an hour 4 or 5 years ago, that was definitely what lost me. Yeah, I might. Shield capacity up. Awesome. I am looking forward to having my ass kicked. There's like a shield thingy. It's in the air. It's making these guys all harder to kill, right? I saw that in my mastery mission, I think. The ones that it grants them shield, it grants it to them permanently, basically.
Well, well, well.
Does reloading continue to happen while I'm meleeing?
Here's to you, anonymous troublemaker.
Okay. Mid mouse is heavy attack slam. Oh, thank you. I didn't realize that. Would have been good to know. Oh, right. Neat. That just does extra damage, basically.
Walkers incoming.
That's neat. So this is like one of the core mission types. Eliminate all the enemies. Drill a bunch of things. Oh, jeez. Neat. My, Soulsborne R1 spamming self is telling me don't bother with the slower charge attack. What's the use case for it? Does it like break through shields better or something? That's better. Oh, based on your melee combo count. Where can I see my current melee combo count? So it's like a thing you want to do as a finisher, basically.
You've broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission.
Huzzah! Seems like the rewards for clearing missions are pretty high, so like once you finish the mission and it lets you extract, it seems like it's generally worth just doing that. Like the extra value of killing everything and exploring for all the chests isn't worth doing more missions that give you more mission complete bonuses, I assume. If you were to stay in a mission, it would be for a specific farm. Okay, I gotcha. Does upgrading a mod necessarily cause it to cost more to equip, or not necessarily? And I kind of want to just sell everything that's garbage. It's better to not sell for credits, right? It's better to dissolve for endo, because endo is what I need to upgrade them. Is that right? I'm just gonna... I know I might be dissolving stuff that's good, but I'm gonna try to not think about it too much. Will help. To get the inventory space back.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Why equilibrium? Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, I see. It was a silver one. Yeah, I was just going to sell all my brown stuff. Eventually, I assume you get to a point where you're only caring about, like, gold and possibly platinum tier rarity anyway. Oh, it can include stuff that's installed. How can I tell that it's currently installed? Does it show up on the screen? Oh, because it's got this little blue dot at the bottom, basically, I think. Oh, rarity doesn't matter. So it's more like card rarity, I guess, in like a TCG than it is rarity in like a ARPG looter game like Diablo. I guess I still have redirection too. Which one though? Get rid of flawed mods when you have replacements. Keep at least one copy of each unique non-flawed mod. Okay. Let me exit out of here and I'll do that. I'm trying to think of like what's a rule I can follow to get rid of stuff without having to think about it too much. How do these stack by default? Like they'll just automatically be stacked on each other? I can see like where it says for Slip Magazine I have 2 of these, so I could sell 1. Is there ever a reason to have multiple copies of the same mod, like under normal gameplay circumstances? You said I'm not going to run out of space if I don't get rid of these, right? Based on rank and name. Okay. So I have a flawed pressure point that I foolishly upgraded. I should have upgraded this pressure point. Now, will I get more endo out of it if I get rid of it here? Can't transmute a ranked mod. Combine 4 unranked mods for a chance at a rare mod. So that's a way to get rid of garbage quickly. Okay, I'm just trying to see if I have multiple versions of the same mod elsewhere here. Don't touch transmute. I'll fix my installation here in a second. It's not a big deal. Rank 2 gets us up to 60%. Okay. I want to upgrade the one that's attack speed. Hold on. Got regular pressure point. I've got Fury as the attack speed one I was thinking of. Reach, I don't feel like I need as much. Corpus are the dudes that look like they're engineers from Dead Space. The big helmets. Fury. Fuse. 10% speed, 15% speed. An attack speed horror, so. Oh, I didn't see the capacity. Okay, I see. Because as I'm upgrading it, I'm increasing its cost to equip, huh? Okay, well, I'll just do the one for now then. Each faction has a dominant planet that most of the missions will be up against. Okay, gotcha. Neat. All right, well, I'll worry about that more as I get more mods, as I get more duplicates. It would be awesome to have like a sell duplicates button there or something. Sell flood plus duplicates. You can access the mods in the bottom right of the upgrade screen to show equip mods of the item you're modding. Okay. Let's head towards Fossa. I see. So it tells you what kind of mission. Exterminate was kill the target dudes. This one's invasion, mobile defense. Oh, but I could do either? Oh, spying is the base mission. Is the invasion like an event or something? I see. Oh, I got other players in this one. Neat. Does it try to matchmake with you with people that are already in the middle of a mission at all? Or does it like put you... Because it looks like this they were already going around killing stuff when I got here. That's cool. I appreciate that they do it that way. Well, it keeps trying to matchmake until objectives are done. Does that roll mostly just like for immediate positioning in a fight or something? Does it actually have any iframes on it or anything like that? Be careful when close to an objective. Would fail if you trigger security. Would it cause everyone to fail?
Extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
Oh, okay, so we're expected to kind of split up and do each of these separately. Is the security just like one of those little hacking, lockpicking mini games, basically? having extra characters in the same hack location help at all? Or can only one person do the thing?
Will have to suffice. Get to extraction.
It detected, it starts a timer. Well, is it like an enemy player with the red health bar? No. That was weird. That's not a thing, right? This is 100% co-op unless if you specifically opt into PvP. More vaults completed equals better reward tier. Okay. Give me a sec to eat these fries. So is there any reason the other players wouldn't be coming here? Is it possible they're noobs like me and are just lost? And that's what that person did to go help them find their way? Okay.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
So mastery is kind of like an at a glance of how far in the game somebody is. What's the max mastery rank? What would cause the Undead Flames guy to do such a low-level mission? Is there like a daily incentive for doing stuff like that? Hey, Shawshank. Again, the invasions are a special event. We want to do excavation, it looks like. Oh, and it's keeping me in my previous party, it looks like. I guess they'll just leave the squad if they don't want to do it, presumably. I have no idea what that is. Played this game for about 2.5 hours. Now, I might try to party me up with other people if I... Oh, wait. How do I exit out of my existing party? Is that an easy thing to do? Leave squad, basically? Hover over my icon. Okay, hold on.
Operator, I've run
Leave squad.
regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
Thanks. Sometimes low-level missions might give you a specific drop, like a currency or something you need for a crafting recipe.
We're here in search of lost artifacts and items buried deep below the surface. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
So this is the excavation mission where you have to do one at minimum and then you can stay longer. Hello. Shawshank, I'm trying to figure this out mostly on my own. If you like to type !hide before your message, you can share stuff with folks in chat without me being able to see it. Welcome to answer direct questions if you like. Nightwave gives daily and weekly objectives. Okay. And those might be do lower level missions. I'm just curious, like, how do they get veteran players to populate the earlier missions to play with lower level players, you know? Come on, my cat just discovered that I have French fries and is trying to eat them.
Power cell for the excavator.
What are the enemies that drop power cells? Here we go. Power cells always drop from the enemies. You know, just like spawn on the map or something. Oh, there's special enemies that drop them. They'll have it on their back. Okay. This guy. I see. Cool. Thanks.
The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
Whoops. Oh. This one seems easier in terms of enemy density than that one I was doing earlier. And I can just always be applying more power to it. It doesn't have to wait till it's empty. Yeah, I'm on PC. There's a power cap. Okay.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
So the other player, it looked like, is going and doing a separate excavator. I literally just started playing this game about 2.5 hours ago, so I know very little, barely out of the tutorial. And there's a couple of folks in chat who've been here since I started. If you type that exclamation point hide command, folks can probably help you figure out what's going on, what we're doing next.
Extraction is now available.
So I may as well finish the other one that this other player started before I extract. Use extra cells to insta-region too. So I don't think I've had my full shields depleted ever. Someone was talking about getting access to life regen. Does life not come back normally if you manage to lose health after your shields are depleted? Power's already full on that guy. No reason to mess around with it.
Look what we just uncovered.
Could probably roll now. Sorry, my cat is being extremely persistent in trying to eat my dinner. I have to wonder if this ends up being an opportunity for strife between players if someone wants to just do one excavation and go. Because you have to extract together, right? Once it adds someone to a squad on a public map.
An artifact has been located. Proceed to the dig site. Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protected from enemy fire.
You can solo extract an endless mission. Now, I don't have a green marker for extraction. Is that somewhere if I just press the M key that will show me? Because I don't see one. Or is that just the orange? It just happened to be past here. Gotcha. Okay.
excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it
Does
extracts the artifact.
green usually mean extraction, or not necessarily? Hey, Red Stampede, how you been?
The excavator has lost power. Find another cell.
Green is always extraction. Okay, gotcha. And it'll use objective markers for other stuff. Whoops. So if I got here and I wanted to solo extract, is that just not abort mission, right?
Dig complete. Your hard work has just been rewarded. Excavator is ready to go.
Oh, you wait for the 60 seconds. Okay, I'll take that opportunity to finish my dinner here before my cats try to eat it. Second.
The excavator has run out of power. Find a cell.
All right, fully eaten. Cats are gonna leave me alone now. It's a nice stream. Power cells contributed. Probably just gonna wanna leave squad after every mission here. If it matches me with somebody randomly, that's fine. Melee out, auto blocks bullets in a cone in front of you. Does it fully block them, or does it just reduce damage from them? Okay, I got multiple little pop-ups up here. So Void Fissures are kind of higher level group events. Invasions are group events. Okay. Everything up here other than quests, excuse me, is optional group stuff, right? Aphrodite. Mobile defense. Reduces damage at a certain angle. Yeah, I'm excited to get to the point where my current strategy of just running around meleeing everything doesn't work.
You must deliver payloads and defend a number of locations while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance. I can't do this without you.
So I'm trying to think like what game this maps onto the most closely, and I don't think it's Destiny. I've heard it compared to Destiny most frequently. I guess it's more like a... Like the game modes make me think of a more PvP-oriented shooter. It just happens to be all co-op, right? There is a PvP multiplayer.
Get to a terminal and prepare for enemy resistance.
Yeah, Diablo is pretty close. I guess the mission types make it feel pretty different. Having your like King of the Hill versus defend a location versus go around and spy.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Kitties are very cute. Yeah.
Still working on it.
I think I've used it the one time. Yeah, that's the one where it like auto targets a bunch of guys and pins them to the wall. You gotta be pretty close to them, right? I'm at the point in play right now where I'm not clear when you need to use your activated abilities. It's one of those situations where, like, running around mashing E seems fine. I guess the blind makes sense if you were, like, defending something and there were a bunch of enemies in the room and you couldn't take them all out right away, right? Yeah. Oh, so using the skills more causes them to rank up? That's all you had to say. You get Warframe XP by using them. Versus those going to your weapon or something. When you use a skill, it's 100% Warframe. Are you getting XP per use or on kill? It sounds like that doesn't particularly matter much, but just out of my own curiosity.
Heavy robotic signature detected.
Excuse me.
Lock and load. Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position.
Okie dokie.
I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
So in addition to each skill having its own cooldown, in addition to each skill having its own cooldown, they also consume energy. I see. So using a 1 does energy. And that's just regenerating over time on its own. You can get mods to increase the regen rate.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Is energy like mana, or is it something that comes back based on me doing damage to things? Oh, I lost my shield. That's exciting.
We are finished here. Move on.
Been getting excited for the difficulty to pick up a bit here. Orbs get dropped on the ground and give you energy? Okay. Hats off to you. So that's kind of comparable to like the Diablo 3 health orbs.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
And you. Oh, did I not pick up the thing? Shit. Oops. When you switch guns, it drops the item you're carrying. Oh, okay. Like, what did I do? Thank you. No, weird. Whenever I pick that thing up, it seems to want to switch back to the throwing daggers versus the assault rifle. Is that just that you can't have your primary weapon out while you're carrying something?
This will take a moment.
Oh, is it literally just energy that determines whether or not you can use abilities? I guess energy is a global cooldown. that you can modify by getting pickups.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Gotcha. What's the main use case for the one ability on the Excalibur frame? Looks like it closes gaps, but not much faster than just sliding at an enemy. Are you like safe during it or something? Mods can reduce casting costs. Okay.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
Sweet. Out of here, post haste. Gives you iframes. Okay, cool. Yeah, the maneuverability in this is pretty great. I mostly just picked it because it said it was good for new players. It seems pretty reasonable so far. Like, the run around and sort everything. It's probably teaching me the wrong habits for the later game if melee is not very good later on. Let's see if I can get any significant upgrades here. And you said that rarity doesn't necessarily correlate with strength. It can, but it's not guaranteed to.
Your collection of mods is impressive, Operator. But I wonder if there are more to be had.
Melee is considered the best damage currently. Interesting. Does that change from patch to patch as the meta is adjusted? Melee stance mods has a dedicated slot. Okay, which I don't have. Sure. Continuity, ability duration, shield capacity, ability range. Let's see. And not every slot has a associated, like, affinity. Is that what that thing in the top right corner is? Is that just because players tend to automatically put certain kinds of mods in their gear? Or do the affinity mod slots change with your frame? No penalty for keeping mods.
I thought you'd want to know.
So, we're playing Warframe again next week for another bonus stream. It looks like my pet will be ready by then. Fossa. Assassination. Doing stuff that's required for the junctions, it seems like that's a decent play scaffold. Choose which missions to focus on. Assassination missions are usually go kill a boss, I assume.
The Corpus have continued to refine their most lethal security proxy, the Jackal. Determine its location aboard this vessel and destroy it.
That's an ally that I was attacking. Oh, you got a little pet. It's cute. Is this person super strong or something?
Every Warframe has at its disposal a special blade, a Parazon, as lethal to technology as it is to flesh. Disrupting the Jackal's auto-repair may require it. Remember, the Jackal's auto-repair precepts could make this a battle of a true...
Whoa, oh, he skipped the cutscene. Alright, maybe I want to play on solo then.
If it comes down hard, it could give you an opening. Loosen to grid
Whoa.
stay ahead of it.
Mechanics.
Massive flex plates on the torso, but appendages could be a weakness.
I like mechanics. Hooray!
Tenno, use your Parazon.
Parazon is not your sword, right? It looks like it skipped the tutorial about what the Parazon was. Is that a button press I have to use? Whoa. It's the same. The Parazon what I've been using for stealth kills behind enemies. I'll try this one again after this solo. Mechanics. Oh, it turned around on me.
Your angles, Tenno. You're running out of cover.
Oh shit, I finally died. Nice. Did that cost me something to revive on my own? Or is it a certain number per mission?
Overdrive precepts. Watch for increased attack speed.
Cost XP. If another player reses you, does it not require that? Hey, butt stomps.
You're running out of cover.
Oh god. Yay, I'm so excited about the reaming mechanics. Am I just not able to get back inside there, or are there like openings in this blue field that I can get through? Can roll through it? Okay, let's go. I see.
Critically damaged. Finish it off.
Thanks, friend. Does rolling always protect me from damage if I roll through this red, or is it just specific to this blue crap? Oof. Getting destroyed here.
Critically damaged. Finish it off.
Oh, I can still throw stuff from the ground. That's nice. It's like Guild Wars 2.
Well done, Tenno. You have sent a clear message to the Corpus today.
Damage reduction during rolls.
Not
Okay.
to go unpunished. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Alright, I'll try that again. Solo. I wasn't expecting it to be that big of a difficulty spike from every other mission up to this point.
Your sacred tokens shall remain secure.
So I figured coming in solo would be fine.
Track it down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
Yeah, I wish that was an earlier mission. I'm kind of bummed that you don't get anything like that for like at least 3 hours. The new authored tutorial mission's really cool at the beginning with the opening cutscene. But then it kind of puts you at face roll enemies for a solid amount of time. Alright, so switch to solo, I go up here, right? Let's try it again. See how it goes. I'm just gonna do one run to see if I can beat it solo. This boss is a recent rework. Not many of the other bosses are as well designed. I see.
Power and authority, the Corpus have continued to refine their most lethal security proxy, the Jackal.
Does that boss appear only in this one mission, or do they reuse its model and attack style in other missions? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like Path of Exile has that issue. But they've gotten pretty good at boss design, but their oldest bosses suffer in comparison.
Every Warframe has at its disposal a special blade, a Parazon, as lethal to technology as it is to flesh. Disrupting the Jackal's auto-repair may require it.
I imagine they want to get a lot of value out of their models, right?
Remember, the Jackal's auto-repair precepts could make this a battle of attrition you...
Alright.
I expected it to be bigger.
Oh, it's a bummer you skipped the cutscene. Okay. Cute. Nice. God. Butt stomp. This guy seems to resist melee pretty hard.
Stay ahead of it.
I see, so like I can stay in the air longer if I'm aiming while jumping. Gotcha. That hasn't been necessary up until right now, even though it's a really cool mechanic. I gotta stop getting hit by the butt stomp. Are fights like this set to just constantly drop ammo so that you never run out in practice? Guessing that doesn't do anything in this fight. I have 3. Well, I went from doing okay to dead pretty fast. Said affinity is effectively XP. There's a limit to the number of times I can do that, so I can't just corpse rush the boss, right? Which is nice.
Still mobile despite the damage, but if it comes down hard, it could give you an opening. Whips into grid wall. Stay ahead of it.
The ads exist to give me extra drops, basically. One would be useful here. Gotcha. So that's what my buddy was doing before. Neat. Nice. Yeah, I like the mechanics. I like the phases in the mechanics too. Like, I like that first it goes one direction and then it changes direction once, right? It's cool.
Overdrive precepts. Watch for increased attack speed.
Oof. Do not like when it hits me through the blue. Ouch. Once it can start knocking me into those walls, it's kind of hard for me to recover. So just having the sword out is enough to auto block stuff? Okay. Not having a sword that I just pulled out. I love that it gives you a telegraph of what the ability is about to be, too. That's cool. Oof. It's hard for me to see where its health bar is, though. I'm struggling with that a little bit. I only got one more revive left in me here, so fingers crossed. Oh, don't do that. Ooh, I tried to roll through it and it didn't work. Weird. Yeah, sometimes I'll press shift and he doesn't roll. Is that based on energy or something? Is it a limited number of times I can do that? Shit, it's my last revive. Fingers crossed.
Critically damaged. Finish it off.
I'm working on it. I died the maximum number of times, but yay, limping to victory.
Their war profiteering will not go unpunished.
Oh, I'm gonna die on the way out of here, though. That was a really cool fight, though. I'm glad to see that stuff like that exists in the game, even if it's not most of the game. It makes me hopeful that they'll add more stuff like that in the future. Blocking maybe stops you from rolling. Great.
Harvest gran and pure sacred tokens shall remain secure from the grasp of the idol.
About that.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Is this guy like a treasure goblin? Oh no! I died to a treasure goblin! Fish and mailed. Bummer. That's too bad. I don't know what it was that killed me. Was he like putting out an aura or something that was doing AoE damage?
Ordis has received messages for the operator. No, I have not read them.
Actions have consequences. Is he basically a treasure goblin? Like he drops good loot, but he's annoying to kill? Tries to run away from you? Duplicates. Hey, I was praying that that would exist. And it does. Beautiful. Dropped a specific treasure? Okay.
I understand if you have to sell mods. Maybe Ordis will meet a similar fate someday.
Perhaps. Energy max seems pretty decent. So I can't equip a copy. Okay, makes sense. I don't think I have any stances for the sword. Oh, what's with this Exalted Blade, rank 14? Is that like an item I just got recently? Or is that like a... Oh no, that's because I just unlocked that ability, right? That's one of the Excalibur abilities that... It's like my 4, I think, gives me a temporary melee weapon.
If I may say,
and it also has mods.
Your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha ha.
And it's like I proc it and it pulls the sword out and then I have it temporarily, basically. Upgrade pressure point and fury. That'll probably be most of my damage here. Alright, I am suddenly more interested in this game now that I've done something that was possible for me to fail. I don't know if that makes sense, if there's anyone else that feels games in the same way, but while it was face roll, I was like, man, this is too easy. And I'm sure that will be true without it necessarily being crazy boss design. So if the drain goes to red, does that mean that by upgrading it, I will no longer be able to equip? No, I guess not. It's just telling me that it's negative from what I previously had. While I'm doing this, is there somewhere on the screen I can go to quickly see what my current drain tolerance is? Here we go. I guess it'll just warn me before I apply the upgrade. Really? I don't have to go to that separate... So if I come here... Hold on. Is that under actions, maybe? Upgrade. Oh, but that's for increasing my mod capacity. Auto install. This is like a MTX thing. Mods. Oh, it jumps me over here, and it only shows me the ones that I already have. Okay, thank you. I think I get it. Neat. I think I mostly understood why I was dying in that boss fight. Feels like it does a pretty good job of conveying to you what your mistakes are. The issue I was running into is that, like, I couldn't... The health bars for the boss's body parts were too small for me to be able to make them out. I don't know if there's, like, a UI scaler setting or if I'm just blind. That's, like, a known issue with that particular fight. Tessera on Venus, hostage on Linea. Oh shit, no, don't do that.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
Linea's up here. Oh, it's a town? I can check that after this. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'll do that after this mission, sure. The exploring the solar system thing is pretty neat.
You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
This game is like, is it super far in the future or super far in the past? Because Tennos aren't, we're not human, right? We're like an ancient warrior race that pilots these things. Alright, so this is like Toward mode. Super far in the future. Okay. Okay, so the attack speed upgrade is pretty significant. just going from 5% up to 20% up. So I can see how even if it's mostly just math upgrades, that stuff gets pretty nutty later on once you stack enough of them. I'm gonna try my 4, but I gotta get energy for it from drops, right? Just cool lore. Yeah, how is the lore dispensed in this game? That was something that was a big bummer for me in Destiny. That it seemed like they really cared about that, but somebody cared about that at Bungie, and yet the designers basically hide it from the game. Like I think Destiny 1 was all of the lore was only accessible on an optional website, and it was all just text. It wasn't presented through missions or anything like that. This one at least doesn't seem to be, like, secretly emphasizing it as much. I was all excited. I've only played Destiny 2 for like 4 hours. It's on YouTube if you're interested, but just the nouns got me excited. Like, oh man, there's like space wizards and things called ogres. It's got this like science fiction fantasy feel to it, but they also have no interest in actually sharing any of that information with me as part of the core gameplay loop. It's a text codex. Audio logs would be nice, yeah. Yeah, I think it's kind of a flaw with this this genre. Like, looter ARPGs aren't the best kind of game to tell an on-rails story in, because a good chunk of your player base is concerned with getting through it as fast as possible. Story and cutscenes and dialogue and like timed boss phases are all antithetical to speed. So I don't know how you solve that. I don't think Diablo 3 is like an amazing example of storytelling. It's actually pretty bad. But at least having a story mode is nice in that case. Still waiting to get enough energy here to cast my 4 sword. It's like my ultimate, basically. I really like the opening mission, which I don't think has been in the game the whole time. The on-rails authored. Shows you the big cutscene, you wake up. I was surprised at how quickly it puts you into procedurally generated instance missions after that. I don't know if that was like, we're adding this and then we're going to add more scripted story stuff later, or if it doesn't show up until later in the game. Excuse me. Hey, I got my fancy sword now, which lasts... Okay, it's burning energy every second that it's out, it looks like. And I activated it right when the enemies despawned. Oops. So this is just a higher damage version of my other sword, or a sword that I can put separate mods on. Does it have any moves itself? Oh, are the waves like a Zelda sword beam kind of a thing? Okay, so I can hit him from a distance. That's cool. Thanks, yeah, I could just barely see that. Blinds enemies when you slide attack. Cool. Use you, Mr. Ship. What is the current dev strategy for this game? Are they more focused on adding more endgame content? Like, I'm surprised that they even added that new starter mission. Like, it seems like a lot of these devs that have been doing a live service game for 5+ years get more and more focused on their existing core player base instead of trying to expand it too much, right? That's been my experience with like Factorio, which gets lots of updates. Because the devs that are focused on new player experience often end up making really weird decisions like Blizzard.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting?
Leave now? You have more rewards for doing later waves, basically? Okay, that's kind of cool. They've done some focus on updating the engine. That's cool. Open world, new game modes, bosses, new gear, space sim. Neat. Okay, we're going to Fortuna. And do I know that this is a hub town with NPCs because of a little icon? Busy, I assume, just means populated. These are just like different instance versions of the town. It's a pretty cool track so far. It's a nice little fade in to see his ribbit head. Very cool. The song is like something out of a Supergiant game. Just a robot mining town. Thank you for directing me to this. This is my shit. Yeah. There's a category of player that I definitely exist in that I think the game would do better to capture us by forcing us into this sooner, you know? The debt internment colony. Even better. Yeah, that was pretty sick. Thank you. As I say, I think if this game has a major flaw, I feel like it would really easily lose people in the first couple hours if they don't get hooked on the gameplay loop, or they feel it's too easy, or they don't see stuff like this, you know? It's a bummer when this cool stuff is here, but it's not on the main track right at the beginning of the game.
If you aren't willing
Talk to Utico. I think basically the trade-off they've gone with is that we want to have this open game that gives you a lot of freedom to do whatever you want. If you want to play it as like an adventure mode ARPG and just rush content to grind XP, go for it. We're not going to hold your hand beyond the first like hour or so of tutorial missions. I would love to have like an on rails, please hold my hand, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing mode for like, 20 hours or so. So I don't miss out on stuff like this.
Look, we're a Corpus operation, we are, but these people are Solaris. We work for a living. We don't need no trouble, and we don't need no one getting hurt. You want to help? Go buy something from Thursby. He's been staring down the barrel of a repo order ever since he took on his...
I love the cyborgs that are mostly human except for their head. That's like the opposite. Repo order.
Ugly thing in repossession. A Solaris falls too deep in debt, and Neff sends in his repo squads to take what he says he's earned. You know, mechanical body parts, even a full rig. In Thursby's case, because he got none of that, they take the organics. Arms and legs. Yeah, there's a market for those too.
Interesting.
Mucking what?
Complete voice of Solaris. This is great. No, it's a trade-off thing. It's not like this is a flaw of Warframe. It's just like they've opted for a more open approach. And I've definitely played games that are too handholdy, But maybe if they had a similar solution to like what Diablo 3 does, where there's a very handholdy on-rails story mode, and then once you finish it once, you turn on adventure mode, and then you go wherever you want and do whatever content you want,
If you need scrap and a snap, just talk to your junkyard diplomat. That'd be me, Thursby, Thunderstruck, Sean Unpluck, Down in His Luck, whatever. Tell me you want to buy something. Please. I need this.
My big thing is I live for... I'll wait for this to end.
Utico sent you? A tenno? To help meet me quota? Well, B. You could buy some scrap, but... if you really wanted to help, you could source me some supplies. Something I can sell. Not this garbage. I know where the tax man...
It's basically converted everyone into an ambassador for Warframe. Like, please play this game. It's really cool, I promise. Debt.
When my parents passed, I inherited their debt. Going deep. Can't work to pay it off, because I ain't got no augmentations. And I can't buy augmentations on account of all my debt. Vicious cycle, right? So, here I am, selling useless scrap at the edge of a coolant canal. She means well. Don't want to see nothing bad happen to us workers, but there was a time she had another name. Fox Solaris. The voice of the resistance. The voice of Solaris United. She stood up for us. Said how wrong this all is. She always said Solaris United was all of us. But it weren't nothing without her. When the trouble happened, Neff did try to identify her. What he did to the others. What happened on deck 12. She's always been kind to me. What happened to them was never her fault.
Cool gang. Alright, so the mission here is probably too high level for me, we're saying. That's fine, I can bounce, come back. But this was really cool. People are excited to answer your questions in Path of Exile. Yeah. I was gonna say, I live for... I consume developer intent in video games. Like, that's what I enjoy. I like knowing what the dev design, encountering a puzzle and going, oh, this is how I'm supposed to do this, or oh, this is the order I'm supposed to do things. So it's not that I like content that's strictly on rails, but I like having the fingerprints on the game that says, you know, it would make the most sense if you did this level because that's going to teach you how your sword works, and then this level's designed to demonstrate that crowd control is important, you know what I mean? And like that stuff is in this game, but it's not forced down your throat probably the way I prefer, which I think is probably a boon to a lot of players that don't like having their hand held in that way, if that makes sense. Oh, interesting. So Vox Solaris replaced my Mercury Junction quest, but I can still check and see what that is. Hold on, just hover over it. Rescue a hostage on Linea. Okay. Could try it. All right, maybe I'll do that after a couple more missions here before I leave Venus. Yeah, I think the quests are doing a decent job at that. I guess maybe the game letting you ignore them is surprising.
Is in the vicinity. Search for the hostage and bring them home.
You can change your current... Okay, so it didn't just replace the quests. They're technically not quests, so any other active quests will overwrite them. Gotcha. You would have spent 3 hours looking at the different abilities and frames. Still be in the tutorial. Oh.
We can't leave without rescuing the prisoner. Keep searching.
I'm on it. Yeah, I like detect an anxiety about giving freedom to the player as early as possible, right? Like, even the tutorial that's there seems like it's like players are going to want to get out of this ASAP, which I get. I don't think that's wrong for them to be concerned about that. I think I prefer that puzzle to the timing one. Freedom was made first, quest and gated content was added later. That makes a lot of sense if that's how they iterated on it, yeah. No, it's harder to go back once people are accustomed to free open world and then add gating and tutorial and stuff. Shield bots, man. Tell you what. I should practice. I feel like I might enjoy the aiming more if I'm using this float while jumping thing. That feels pretty good. It seems like a pretty core mechanic that I'm basically ignoring by sorting everything to death. Hats off. So if I follow the plot right, the Corpus are the main faction on Venus, and they've got these like indentured servants who have robot heads that are on their, they've got like a gas mining colony or something. This is like kind of a cyberpunky evil corporation future, but evil space corporation. They're a merchant cult. Oh, that's cool. See, I like that shit.
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. The bypass is done. Go.
Doo-doo. The extreme capitalism. They worship money. Awesome. A little late. Misclicked.
The prison. Find our prisoner in one of these cells.
Did they mostly replace the other puzzle with this one? I don't think I've seen the other. Or is it based on the region that you're in?
I knew you would come.
What's up? Give secondary weapon.
Prisoner located. We need to get them
That's
back
cool.
to command in one piece. Find your way to
I'm
the
gonna
entrance
try.
and don't leave the subject behind. Heavy robotic signature detected.
Based on faction? That's cool. And faction presence is based on planet mostly? I guess you could see them elsewhere, but... The missions in this game kind of remind me of City of Heroes. They worship money as it is sin to be in debt. That would be a capitalism cult. And actually, the more I think about it, the more this reminds me of City of Heroes and the basic mission structure. Kind of repeat templates for maps, but each map has a different core objective or playstyle. Escort, or assassinate, find all the sabotage nodes, whatever. That's pretty neat. What causes these dropships to appear? Is that just scripted based on the mission? There's not like a AI director that's determining new mob spawns or anything like that, right? Can you not? I guess while I'm exiting this mission, I don't have a lot of extra follow-up questions to ask here. Get my stream spiel. No, join me! Ah, that was bad. I'll give my stream spiel soon, after I kill these things. Should not jump on there until all the enemies are dead or something? Dropship is like a chance to occur, basically. Oh, she'll teleport to me? Okay, it said something about not leaving her behind. That's what I was worried about. Anyway, if you're new to the channel, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made. Doing full playthroughs of games, trying to get to the credits or do all the missions or whatever the beat condition is going to be for Warframe. I'm not sure yet. You can see a list of all the games we played on stream so far if you click that games link below the channel. There's hundreds of them and thousands of hours of YouTube content if you're interested. And you can vote for the next awesome game we're going to play. Once a game wins the vote, we play it until we beat it. There's some commands you can type in chat to vote for the next game we're going to play. Warframe is on the list. I don't remember what command it is. Maybe somebody could look it up. But when Warframe wins the vote, we will play it until we beat it. It'll be about 100 hours, which I think we said is a pretty good estimate for doing all the missions. But if you're just hanging out, lurking, no worries. Thanks for popping by. It's good to have you. You need to get to her if she gets down. Okay, so she teleports to me occasionally, but she's not going to get like caught up on enemies or anything. Thanks, Ravanon. Game 17. Well, I think collecting everything is your completionist playthrough. But having seen all of the unique like level design content, I would say is more like 50 to 100 hours. Is that right? You want to play this, but you want to play 100 other games. I know, right? This is fun so far. I'm digging it. You feeding the kitties, Andrea?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, so you might need to redeem the welcome package to have enough SP to vote for it. It's with the channel points, just click on welcome package, it should give you 100. There's instance 1, 2, 3, and 69. Are they just keeping instance 69 open? Someone got it up one day. Utico sent me.
I know where the taxman keeps the good stuff. If you're up for that sort of thing, boss, head topside.
That's funny. Does the servers come down often?
She means well. Don't want to see nothing bad happen to us workers, but there was a time she had another name. Solaris. The voice of the resistance. The voice of Solaris United. She stood up for us. Said how wrong the soul is. She always said Solaris United was all of us. But it weren't nothing without her. When the trouble happened, Neff did try to identify her. What he did to the others. What happened on deck 12. She's always been kind to me. What happened
Just get carried for 50 hours. My intent would probably be to focus on content that moves the story forward and not like do grinding missions or anything like that.
When my parents passed, I inherited their debt, and boy were they owing deep. Can't work to pay it off, because I ain't got no augmentations, and I can't buy augmentations on account of all my debt. Vicious cycle, right? So, here I am, selling useless scrap at the edge of a coolant canal.
Alright, now we heard most of that. Let's go. Cool looking other players.
Boss, she's a miracle, she is. A blizzard in a firestorm. All thanks to the magic of rebooted Oregon tech. And the blood and the sweat of so many thousands of Solaris. But, you know what Utico always says. She says,
welcome to Venus.
Yeah, the person who added this game with the sheet went with 100 hours of just play it for 100 hours, try to do as much story as you can. If you still haven't finished it, I'll add it on for another 100 hours, basically.
just giving a tour to my shoddy boss here, you know, earning away
Whoa.
any way I can.
Holy crap.
Alright then, Thursby. Just don't let this outworlder get you into trouble.
Fashion frame is the end game.
Something I can sell, you know? Spare parts, quality merchandise, see? I know where the Corpus drops supplies.
Oh,
Get in and out
can't jump in the water.
anyone catches wind of what we're up to.
All these planets been terraformed in the lore or something? Like, is there like weird snow on Venus? Hold M longer. Nice. So the temperature indicator. That's instead of having day and night, it's warm versus cold.
Sneak and peek, boss. Crates full of the good stuff should be nearby.
Oh, there we go. That's how we glide across. Gotcha.
If we had the old Unico, we'd be taxing taxmen on the regular. What else can you find?
So they're just all going to be within this yellow circle, basically. That glide while flying thing feels pretty good, I gotta say. Tessera attack drone.
Amazing!
It got terraformed. Yeah.
Won't be just my debts getting paid off. You're gonna make more than one Solaris happy today, boss.
Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta upgrade this assault rifle. Display, you said? Got a bunch of like lighting changes and stuff. Seems like it's still running at close to 60 frames per second. I'm getting some hitches, but maybe that was just right when I switched styles. That thing was looking pretty cool. That's where range would be useful, I guess, on the sword. Hey, Celardan, thanks for subbing. I appreciate that.
Unbelievable! Why stop here? With your power, we could hit Neff hard. Make him pay for what he's done to us. Blow up his precious cooling tower before he's even had a chance to show it off with a mucky board.
Thursby? What are you thinking? You're on an unsecured channel. You want a Corpus spy drone hearing what you're up to? Ah, muckers.
Nope.
Too late.
Can't be more complicated than Path of Exile's currencies.
Tenno, you got Thursby into this mess, so you can damn well help him out of it. Tenno, you're looking for the Corpus spy drone that overheard Thursby's little guided tour. Find the drone before it reports back to Central Command. The drone is nearby. Ground it.
Have they, I know this is a mild spoiler, but have they limited themselves to the solar system? That's kind of cool if they've come up with things for all the different bodies. Well, that's a new enemy. A trencher? I'm about to die. It's really exciting. About time. Now, is there a way for me to tell that I'm in an area that's out-leveled for me, other than just that I'm suddenly getting my ass kicked when I wasn't really before? Like, do enemies have like an indicator next to them, or can I pay attention for their health or something? Oh, I guess the main issue is just that they have an ability that tanks my shield. These things suck. Not a fan. Aim an enemy for their level. If I choose not to revive, does that just like boot me out of the stage? Do I have a certain amount of time to do it here? Or is this like a hit escape to leave kind of a situation? So I could do abort mission, right? You would just sit here forever. Okay. Yeah. I get excited when I get to stuff that's arguably difficult. Let's see. Don't actually do that. Complete 10 waves of defense at Tessera. Oh, did I just not stay there earlier? Extract after clearing 10 waves. I see. It's like I did that mission already, but... Damage... Is that damage reduction? Is that something you upgrade with mods?
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Play around with mods more here soon. What's the main source of mods right now? Is it enemy, like random enemy drops? Is it mission completion rewards? Opening chests? I see. So are there some mods that can only drop in specific missions then? And it looks like all the mods are deterministic in terms of what they provide, right? Like there's not like affixes that can roll random quality amounts. A lot of mission types have exclusive mods. Interesting. Reasons to go replay the older content. Random affixes are on endgame content, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say that I kind of like the lack of random affixes. I feel like it generally just means that more of the loot available in the game is going to be garbage, you know? Whereas if you have different, like, unique brands of loot that you can try to collect for different builds, it doesn't seem like this game has a lot of permanent commitment, if any. Like, it's not so much that permanently that you can respec as much as you like, it's that there's no such thing as speccing in the first place. I guess commitment is leveling up a particular weapon. Because if you want to use a different one, you have to start over from one. Are there ways to boost weapons like that, to take them into later stages? Use them as your primary or something? You could get a God rolled affix on a Riven mod. There's not any content that requires them to be efficient. I see. So just a place for people to squeeze some extra blood from the stone, basically. It's like how Monster Hunter handles it. Right. Because I can continue leveling with my, or I can continue doing stuff with my badass modded build and use that to get currency to level up a second set of mods to try out a different build, right? Like, that's definitely a thing in a lot of ARPGs like Diablo, where at the beginning of the season or the league or the ladder or whatever, you'll try to take a build that will get you to the end game so that you can farm for stuff to try out their builds. Looks like I can still melee in midair with the slow fall if I aim, then sword, and then spam sword. Okay, that's kind of cool. This would probably be more fun in public. And turn that back on. I guess if it looks like I'm about to do a mission, or if there's a mission that's required for a Junction that would be more interesting single player, like that Jackal boss, I guess let me know and I'll just swap out of public. Game rewards you for trying out different stuff. Yeah, right now I'm having this weird feeling where I went a little bit too hard on the sword in early missions, and now it does like 20 times more damage than my guns, and I want to try the guns and level them up, because I think that would be fun. But it's hard to bring myself to do it when that's what happens, right? Allows you to make any weapon you want viable in any content. Nice. Look at this. Travels through walls. That seems pretty strong. Zelda beam sword. I think I have elemental damage for my sword, but I don't think I had high enough level to equip it yet. Check soon. Slide attack with the blind. Oh, that's nice. Does that burn energy whenever you do that? Since the sword just requires energy every second it's out, I can take it out whenever? Okay. I don't have to wait until I'm at full. Gotcha. Oh, there's a 25 energy minimum to draw it, and then it drains afterward. Gotcha. Oh, 25 energy is for activating the blind. Gotcha.
Extraction is ready.
Stay.
More of the enemy. Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Mini version of the default blind, basically. I think sliding was the only thing I remembered from this game. There's another game, it was a single-player game, I want to say Platinum made it, that was all about crazy slide shooting and slow-mo. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Vanquish, maybe? Yeah. Alright, later waves get a bit more difficult. This is why I need more range on my sword. That works. Oh, yeah, I haven't even messed around with the movement very much. I'm glad that that exists. Yeah, I kind of wish that they would double down on the content like the Jackal boss fight, because, like, it kind of occurs to me, I played a lot of games that are like this, where they have more complexity and higher level play than is necessary to just play through it, you know? Hey, revenge. Like, are there any boss encounters that require you to be really good at the movement methods in order to not take any damage or clear it quickly? There's a Jupiter boss, that's another new fight. Does blind work on everything or just organic creatures? Like, would it work on those flying drone robots? Radio blind level 1. I want to mod this sword up. I guess this is a reason to have multiple copies of melee mods. So you can have one for my ability and one for my normal sword. Can you get to a point when you have an ability, like, are there any Warframes where they have an ability that you can kind of be capped on energy constantly because you're just killing things fast enough that it's regenerating faster than you're burning it? I always enjoy that in some action RPGs that have a resource system where a goal is to get to the point where the resource is irrelevant and you can use your previously limited time ability as much as you like. It's a parkour-based fight. Oh, that's really cool. It's kind of a double-edged sword for me. Like, I like that in Mario 64 and most 3D Mario games, there's way more complex movement options available than would ever be necessary to just beat the game. But I like that games like Mario Odyssey give you challenges where you have to use those complex movement mechanisms to get optional moons or whatever, you know? And I think it ends up being great for speedrunning. Like, I assume if people don't speedrun this, they do general speed and efficiency challenges. That having all this crazy movement tech is great for that. I guess it depends. Like, I'm not an amazing Mario player, but I do like the advanced movement tech in like Mario 64. Use it to try to get places I'm not supposed to go, that kind of a thing. Idle on speedruns are common. People do that with a fresh account, or just agree upon a starting position for the speedrun. Does the game formally track things like mission clear speed? That would be kind of cool if it does. Kill one out of 150 enemies' abilities. So I guess when I did the slide blind, that killed an enemy, and I finally got a point towards that. It's kind of funny. So a version of that enemy was kicking my ass in the open world earlier, right? It was using like a shield drain ability. Of course, I gotta fight this guy last.
Reinforcements available.
Now I can leave.
Choose to leave now or continue fighting.
This build it allows for a Scholar to become a flying frame by adding massive range and energy efficiency to the one ability. That's hilarious. Nice. I'm excited to see it get busted like that. I can kind of see how some of it can be busted based on the early upgrades. The electric status effect of a Moa Walker is what was killing my shields. Okay. Let's see. Does ability range not necessarily apply to every kind of ability that exists? Like... Huh. Would that increase how far my blade beams can shoot, basically? It seems like they just travel forever. How about ability duration on my sword? Would that make it so that it effectively drains fewer energy points per second? Oh, okay, thanks. Let me take a look. So when I click here, drain per second, blind. Ah, so that's affecting the blind duration, but not the drain per second. Oh, no, it is affecting the drain per second. Okay, that's kind of cool. Thank you. Nice. All right. I like Thief's Wit, but I honestly haven't been looking at the minimap at all, so it hasn't really been doing me anything. See what all I can put on my gun that I've been using badly. Magazine warp, ammo max, puncture, electricity damage. Maybe that's enough to make a difference here, because enemies will be weak against that. These are the 4 types of damage: impact, puncture, slash, electricity. I guess there are other ones too, right? There's it does these 3, and now it will also do electricity. Okay, so there are other damage types like toxic, I think I saw earlier. Okay, that's cool. Companions can equip like quality of life, things like that, basically. I haven't really used the kunai at all since I got them. Heat damage, I see. So it counts as a pistol. There's 12 potential damage types. Right on. 60% melee, 20% attack speed. Guess let me keep upgrading these, because why not? Cool. Are there end up being certain, like even common mods that are borderline mandatory for certain weapons or types of builds? Like, am I going to find a mod that's just strictly better than Pressure Point? It's the same thing, it's just plus melee damage. I'm just trying to think how the endgame equipment system is oriented, you know? Yeah, it sounds like it's more like TCG rarity rules as opposed to looter game rarity rules. Here it's like, we expect you to have pressure point on your melee build, so we're going to make sure it's common to make sure you have access to it. Rank 10 redirection. Slide attack. Could probably do one more of these. Max rank. How can I project out its further upgrades? Is that a thing I can do when I hover over it or something? Under mods, maybe? Oh, okay, here we go. Hot damn. Yeah, that seems pretty important and pretty crazy. Gotcha. I just will do what I can for what's currently equipped on me. Neat. We do want to get rid of all of our flawed mods. Do flawed mods exist just so they can give you a ton of mods at the beginning of the game without those being too good for later on? To still make you want to replace them later by getting lucky drops? Because it seems like the rate at which I've gotten new mods since I started playing is pretty low. I think I prefer doing the upgrades from this menu because it helps me to keep track of like what I have equipped and what's not relevant to me right now. Yeah, it's easier for me to follow, think about. Oh, and the flawed ones are easier to fit in because they're cheaper, right? That makes sense. I'm glad that it works that way. I feel it would be much worse if there weren't flawed mods and you just got mods at the very slow, normal rate. So when you access your gear upgrades, you're like, what am I even looking forward to? Continuity and flow are rare in the normal version, so having access to them early is nice. Oh, that's unusual for Excalibur, to have the weapon that you conjure forth be moddable. Alright, I forgot to mod that. Do that when I go back. Front Spectre. Few frames have exalted weapons like Excalibur. So if I wanted to try a different Warframe later, the cost for doing so... Basically, if it's a Warframe that doesn't use the same weapons, then I'd have to re-level mods to equip, right? But as long as I have the currency to do that, I could jump into it pretty quickly. I guess leveling up the body would take a while, and that would reduce my survivability right away. Shield recharge, ability efficiency. Getting shield recharge up would be nice once I have a real one. Are there some Warframes that are better suited to certain kinds of weapons? Prime Pantheon. Can you only level up Mastery once per day? Oh, I see. Mastery increases initial mod, so it effectively sets the starting level of a new frame so that you're not having to start over every single time. It's pretty cool. These guys are fun. They have the hallmark of an exploding enemy. I hope they're not. Doesn't look like it.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
I like how much you can like wall jump off stuff. It makes it really easy to get around. This map is pretty interesting. This is like a Mercury mine. A mine on Mercury, I should say. Critical strike chance up. Yeah, I'm already seeing my melee damage go way up from picking up pressure point there. Is it generally even worth opening chests and stuff? Seems like a lot of the loot comes from enemies, not chests, right? So if I'm next to it, go ahead and open it. Like, don't not press X if it's right in front of me, but don't cross the map to open a bunch of them. Are they mostly just like crafting mats or something? Is there a subscription-like mode in this game that isn't just buying stuff directly, but like a members mode that increases drops? Boosters, okay. This is the kind of game that if I was playing it super hard, like if it wins the vote, I'll probably spend a little bit of money on it if there's stuff that might be time saving or makes sense to pick up. I wouldn't want anything that like completely invalidates a grind or invalidates a core loop. It's frustrating to me when games let you buy that, but if there's like a recommended pack that the devs have, I wouldn't mind too much. So here, instead of having drop ships, there's like little vents that they crawl out of, it looks like. Vertical map. So sometimes getting a frame upgrade or a weapon upgrade gives you a stat independently from what mods you've installed, but it's a very small amount, it looks like. Aim straight up, you can crouch jump. Oh, that's cool. Thanks. That would be for getting to the top of the map instead of having to find my way back up. Thanks.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
Find an access panel. That's all the way out here. Frame itself gets inherent level up bonuses. Okay. It's usually just stuff like health, I assume. Do I get most of the resource that I spend on fusing mods? Does that come from loot, or does that come from dissolving excess mods? It seems like I've got plenty of it. I was worried that I was going to run out already. Loot. Okay. Sweet. What's the main thing that distinguishes the different frames from each other? Is it their entire silhouette and model? Is it just like their helmet? I noticed a couple when we were on one of those town areas that looked pretty different from this one. I guess it would have to be the silhouette if you can buy different skins. The model, okay, that's cool. Yeah, this game's starting to click a little bit more. I had to basically upgrade pressure point to max to be like, oh, okay. That makes a really big difference over it not being upgraded to max. I could see why you would want to do this. Yeah, when you go to equip, you can see what they look like. It's cool. It's like, what if a robot had sex with Satan? Is what a lot of these look like. Oops. I keep wanting to click the mod to upgrade it from there. It seems like that's really worth upgrading. Oh, now I'm out of whatchahoozits. Okay. So if I go back to the main thing, I can see what my duplicates are. How does the market work for this game? Is there like an auction house or something similar? Trade channel, so it's kind of like Diablo 2 style trading. I see. Is there any player-based debate around that about whether they should have a formal market system? It's kind of like Path of Exile until they formally implemented that into their system, I guess. So, rank 13, is that what people are going to see if I'm running around? They're going to see my Warframe rank? It's a general indication of how far along I am. Oh, right, you guys established this, that once you have the mod, you can slot it into multiple items that use the thing. Okay, that's cool. Oh, damn. Why is its starting capacity so crazy high? I'm not going to complain about that. Neat. Oh, I definitely want to start using that more. Mastery rank is more important. Someone answered this earlier, and I think I missed it. How often do I get an opportunity to raise my mastery rank? Is that like a time, real-life time-gated thing? So once per 24 hours you can attempt it, and if you lose you have to wait again, basically. I kind of want to see the towns. Lorenda's 69. You'll be able to get a mastery rank every day forever. Let me think of how to phrase this question. When this wins the vote, because of the way my stream schedule is laid out, I won't be playing this daily. It would probably be like once a week. Would that be setting back my experience of the story significantly because I wouldn't be getting mastery ranks as often? Or having as much opportunity to get mastery ranks? Or are mastery ranks mostly just useful for when you're starting a new Warframe or something? It's like if I'm not constantly swapping frames, it's not going to be a big deal. This place is cool. So do all of these planet towns end up having a like a open world area that you can explore on an end of them? It's more quality of life. Okay. Mastery rank 6. Yeah, so what would probably happen when it wins the vote is I would play for about 4 hours a week, every week, until we get to the 100-hour mark. So it sounds like I would get to mastery rank 6 without too much trouble. I'd only be about a quarter of a way into the playthrough. Mastery rank 3 required. Okay. I really like these robot head guys. Cool. What's their deal? Are they like actual humans that have had their brains uploaded to a computer? Does that get explored in story later? Not a lot of story gated behind mastery. Okay. Gotcha. Cool. I look forward to it. See what the Mars Junction requires. Complete quest once awake. Complete the Mercury Junction and visit the Codex in your orbiter. So is the Codex a thing in my ship that I can already go to? Don't think that they popped one up for me yet. Nightwave. Gross or cute, depending on what that is. Left table in the front. Okay. Oh, this guy. So this is where they put a lot of the lore, basically. Oh, are these actual missions in the Codex? Huh. Oh, or no, is this just logging the quest so that I can hot jump to it? Warframes. Hot diggity. Oh, that's cool. Excalibur was the first. That's neat. So this is about the level of lore they'll do for a new frame. They'll have like a couple paragraphs, the kind of thing that you can consume, but you're not going to sit here in this codex for 100 hours reading. That's what I was worried about with the Destiny lore, that it seemed really in-depth, but it was so lacking from the actual gameplay that you pretty much had to read a book on an external website. This seems digestible enough, you know. Kind of thing you would see if you go to buy stuff in the store. Ash doesn't have quite as much there, huh? So is there any, do most frames have a Prime version? I guess not Excalibur, huh? Oh, Wukong, Monkey King. That's cool. There's new info in the Liberate tab. Oh yeah, this art is wonderful. Big fan. Lavos, huh?
Hello there. So,
oh, this is cool.
Drusus Liverian. Welcome to my humble cabinet of curiosities. Drop any donations in the little box. Now, the Liverian is a bit of a work in progress, but please do look around. Well,
oh, that's cool.
Helps. Lavos, the transmuter, called by some anachronistically the alchemist.
This is pretty sweet,
you say?
Actually.
Process
I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time on stream messing with this, but I'm glad this exists.
Sinking substances over fires of dung, thinking they could make gold. No, to the Orokin, it was a darkly potent, forbidden science. They were not squeamish, nor moral. So what profound taboos must this art have violated? No transmuter was more dreaded than Yavi, the crawling serpent, the abhorred, the filth speaker. The Orokin feared him so greatly that they whispered he might somehow survive even the Jade Light, just as a severed snake was once believed to grow a new head. So instead, he was imprisoned that his evil might be contained, if not quenched. His jailer was a brute of a warframe named Lavos.
Are they working on adding these for all of the frames in the game? This would be pretty cool.
Observers at the prison reported that Yavi was frequently whispering
so many nouns, I know, right?
There was some concern among the wardens, but they dismissed the whispers as mere posturing.
That's cool. Like for new stuff that they're adding, basically. That's pretty sweet. I dig it. You get the frame and go to the Liberate and you can see something inside. It's cool. I'm glad that they have something like that in the game. It's pretty awesome. So I want to look at the Mars Junction. Complete the quest once awake. Okay. That's via the codex. Begin. Go and investigate. So M Prime, I see. So the codex is a place for you to accept quests, basically? I guess that's not what I did when I got here the first time, huh? Okay. I think I understand. Liverian's a happy medium you got. Making a new quest for having your frame was resource extensive. I see. That's helpful.
I've identified several vulnerable
So these will
data consoles
reuse
on
other
space.
maps, basically.
Find them and hack in.
Yeah, this is pretty similar to the way City of Heroes handles quests. Well, that was a bad idea. Oh, there's an elevator. Of course there is. That makes more sense.
Destroy them. Dr. Tengus demands absolute secrecy.
You guys remind me of the little robots from Nier Automata.
What are they doing down here?
Procedurally generated with some, like, template rules, I assume, right? Like with City of Heroes, you'd have an office building, and there were like, I don't know, a couple hundred ways that an office building could generate, but if you played it enough, you started to see the matrix and be like, okay, well, if I see this doorway, there must be another doorway northwest of me, so on and so forth. That's true for most procedural generations. True back in Diablo 2, where you always knew how to get to Mephisto. The Durance of Hate had certain rules. Which map is a set of tiles? Okay. So like this room with the chests will always be here, but where it generates is randomized. So if you get experience with the game, you might know through process of elimination which way to go to progress.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
I see. So this was like the spy mission I was doing with other players earlier, where like you could screw it up. Let's see how I get up in there. I am doing mouse plus keyboard. I'm not comfortable with it. I'd rather be on a controller, but I heard that controller is not great for Warframe.
Data extracted. They won't even know it's gone.
I guess if I was playing, there's no cross-play, right? Like if you play on Switch, you're only playing with Switch players? Or do they have cross-play? It is nice on controller. I guess it's one of those games, since it's been around for so long at this point, it's tricky to Google, because a lot of the threads I was finding was like from like 2017. I'm sure the situation's pretty different now than back then. Is there any shenanigan with mapping anything to scroll wheel down on one of those frictionless mouse wheels? That was a fun thing to do in Diablo 3. You would map forced move to that and then just spin the wheel down and your character would move wherever your mouse cursor was.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the
Some guns fire as fast as you click, so you do that. That's funny. So, does that mean I can't go through this energy field, or they're going to destroy the data? I can just shoot the sensors? Okay. Those are the ones in the room here, basically. Thanks. I wasn't sure if that was just like an art asset or it was functional. The dev showcased the build that bound weapon SWAT to mouse wheel. Alright, so a situation like that, I may as well open all the chests, but they're like right there.
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms.
Who released the specimens?
Something so clean extraction with no alarms. No, excellent work.
Stop the infested.
That meme where Michael Scott is shaking hands with the guy.
This shouldn't be possible. Tenno, it is more important than ever that you finish your mission. We need to know what is going on here.
I don't want to try my new mod on my gun here. It's not going to compete with plus 160% melee damage, but it's definitely better. What determines what kind of mods I get that drop? Is that completely random? Is it a smart loot system based on what gear I already have?
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Based on the enemy. So like if you wanted melee mobs, there's a certain kind of enemy you'd want to focus farm. The moon to which you fly me could be Phobos or Deimos. Yeah, I hope they stay in the solar system for as long as possible and mine as much like creative scaffolding out of this as they can before they start going anywhere else. It's pretty cool. Different way to get in that room. Oh. You can see this thing was hackable before. That's what happens when you get way too dependent on map markers.
With no alarms. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Who let them out? Was it Tengus?
Tengus did this. I know he did.
Someone released these creatures on purpose. They want them to destroy you.
Superman glide. The volatile runners explode. They kind of look like explodey enemies. Are ore nodes worth busting open, if not chests as much? Love the Warframe shaped walls. Okay, so we got a regular reach and a rupture. The reach might be worth using eventually.
Tenno, we have an emergency situation developing. It's more infested. Get to the node I've marked on your navigation console.
What is this game rated on ESRB? Is it like teen? It's fine. Don't want to upgrade anything that's flawed. But it's all flawed, except for vitality. So I could justify upgrading that one, I think. Is it M? Oh yeah, dismemberment. It's easy to forget that that's a thing. Alright, I guess I'd rather have shield than health anyway. It's fine for now. I see you might want to have an unupgraded version of a mod, so you can move this stuff around as needed. Probably can't afford to do this guy. Yeah, okay. Getting max pressure point was expensive. I was just wondering, does this game have a, how do I ask this nicely? Is the Twitch enthusiast fan base for this game, is there a group of younger folks that are into it? Like high school, middle school, or younger? I wonder, just because it's free to play, right? I don't think I have anything new on the 4 sword. Terminus Mercury 7-9. Based on players' names and a couple people that have popped in the chat. Yeah. I usually do this variety stream thing where I'm playing games that don't have a huge Twitch following, you know.
This Grenier ship tried to flee the infestation, but was quickly overrun.
And my kind of dry commentary approach is usually like repellent to younger kids on Twitch. So having people pop in and being like, I donated £1,000. Read the thing I said is really unusual for me. I'm just wondering, this Warframe, there are more kids playing it just because it's free on Steam, you know? And I guess are there rewards for watching streams of it, like with Destiny? They have their own Twitch channel. That's cool. The community itself is pretty mature, and people are good about not spoiling stuff. Gotcha. Purely a curiosity, no shade intended. If you're watching and you are younger, very cool. This game would have been my shit when I was a younger kid. I didn't have stuff like this. Free-to-play didn't exist until I was already a man. They're like, you can get stuff with money or you can grind the shit out of the game. I would have been like, let me grind the shit out of it, please. Give me something to do. 500,000 viewers at TennoCon. Okay. So it's good. It's pretty popular, right? And it seems like a fairly positive fan base too, which I like to see. Like I was saying earlier, it's not like a lot of other online games that I've played where everyone who loves it seems to make a show of hating it, at least on Reddit. Like, I see Warframe pop-ups on the Reddit front page occasionally, and I've never seen anything that stuck out to me as drama. Do the devs have a pretty good relationship with the player base? Like, are they adding things, changing things, removing things based on player feedback? I think somebody mentioned that they briefly had loot boxes and got rid of it because people weren't happy.
We thought the infested died off with the Arkan. For hundreds of years, there was nothing. Now this. Where did the Grenier...
Oh, 10-0 is the Heavenly Kings part of 4 Heavenly Kings. I know 10 is Heavenly, Nintendo, right? That's cool. Yeah, I'm always incredibly interested by that in video games. Like, what sort of audience is your game selecting for based on its mechanics, you know? Like, I have this overly complicated voting system on my channel, and there's some question as to whether games that celebrate overly complicated systems, like Factorio. Like, what kind of a fan are you if you're a Factorio player? You're probably more patient, you know, probably like talking about optimization. That's interesting that the hallmark of Warframe seems to be cooperation. And it seems like being an ambassador, like wanting other people to like the game and trying to sell them on it. They added something years ago. You could roll a random dog skin. They removed it after 2 days, refunded everyone. They had created a slot machine. Good for them. So they've got like a don't be evil component to it. Tenno is the Japanese word for emperor. Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, are there mechanics where a teammate can do something so badly that it gets you in trouble? Or are you mostly just helping each other? What's the difference between redirection? Oh, this is on a companion. Okay. Which I'm still crafting, so I don't have access to yet. They can fill spy missions, but that's about it, it sounds like. Dr. Tengu's reports. Test Marines have arrived. Specimen tore through the previous batch much faster than predicted. Marines have survived the longest for using fire-based weapons. Infested are vulnerable to fire. Oh. Neat.
I must say, these infested are very worrisome.
Molten Impact costs 6.
The Lotus would like you to install that mod as soon as now.
I missed the attack speed boost, but save room and just permanently equip it. I wish that I needed to use 1, 2, 3, 4 more often. I keep forgetting that they're there because just running around E-ing everything is fine right now. I don't know how to get around that issue. Defend the bomb. So this quest that I'm doing for the Mars Junction is basically a quest chain. Oh, why does mod order matter for element mixing? Nothing that affects power is exclusive to paying. Yeah, and it's all deterministic.
To use a cascade bomb to destroy all traces of infested here. The bomb will take time.
Oh, that's cool. It adds a nice little effect onto your weapon. Part of your fashion frame. Sword's still pretty fast, even without the attack speed buff. I kind of want to pick up the enemy radar mod. It's pretty cheap, just the lowest level of it, right? I like that when you have these defend missions that the thing you're defending has a shield in addition to health. Good choice, I think.
These creatures appear to be mindless monsters, but they know we're up to something, and they're trying to stop it.
Oh, that's cool. When you combine mods, creates new kinds of elements. But it depends on the order you do it in. It's neat to see a game where the audience selection bias seems to mostly be a force for good. Usually the problem I run into with games is that selection bias comes into play for people that have been able to tolerate that game's bullshit. Like, if someone's not willing to tolerate the visual novel aspect of Final Fantasy XIV, then they certainly quit within the first, like, 10 hours, right? And so now anyone that's playing the current expansion has been tolerant of hundreds of hours of visual novel. And so if you say, hey, can we tone down the visual novel or add an adventure mode where you just do mechanics, like, the player base is going to want to crucify you because the only ones that have made it are the ones that were happy with it, or at least tolerant of it, you know? I find that comes up in a lot of video games that are meant to be played for dozens or hundreds of hours.
A wave of void energy will tear through the complex, ripping the life force from all organic matter, but leaving the structure intact. It's our only chance to stop the scourge before it starts.
It's pretty cool. Infested are a cool enemy faction. What kind of mods do they drop? I guess it would make sense if they were melee focused, since they mostly just rush you. Four waves remaining. Yeah, tolerance for grind kind of comes with the territory. Makes sense. I feel like there's a lot of subtlety to what grind is in a game, and what the game's actually asking you to do, that isn't captured well just by that word, you know? You ran into this with RuneScape, where it's like, yes, the game is fundamentally about grinding, but like 90% of it is so low attention that you only really need to be doing something like once a minute or once every 30 seconds or whatever. So there's a pretty big difference between an ultra high attention grindy game where you got to be paying attention to every second of gameplay or you're gonna die. You know, there's a lot of knobs you can turn around it, basically. I guess for me, grind becomes less easy for me to tolerate when you're repeating the same content and you've run out of ways to optimize it, right? Like, it remains interesting so long as you're learning the maps and you're learning the best way to move through it and the way to shave off a couple seconds from the boss fight and that kind of a thing. But I can only enjoy that for a short time before I'm like, okay, I'm over this now. So the best games that are attention grinding focused are the ones that end the grind around the time you would have mastered the content anyway, you know? Or find some other way to change it up all the time. Sorry, I would look at chat, but I can't look away with the way I have to move around this thing. I'll look at it in a second. I'm gonna walk off the ledge if I do. There we go, I got a second. Big grind in Warframe is faction standing. That's just by doing missions associated with that faction. How does rep grinding work? Like, is it just a bar you fill, or do the factions oppose each other and filling one bar causes another one to go down? I don't mind rep grinds so long as they're not heavily time-gated. That usually stresses me out. I know that that's basically the format that World of Warcraft has gone for. Doing your World Quest dailies. Sweet. You can store standing. That's cool. Yeah, I feel like I've mentioned this a bunch of times on this channel, but Final Fantasy XIV solved the daily problem for me, and then no one adopted it. Like, they come up with this idea of allowances, where every real-life day that passed, you would accrue allowances up to some cap. And then you could do a thing for as many times as you had allowances. So, like, if you imported that to World of Warcraft and you normally could only do 10 world quests a day, maybe you would store 10 world quest allowances per day for up to 10 days. And then if you really wanted to go super hard on it on a Saturday, you could do 100 of them back to back, you know? Oh, heat sword blueprint. That's cool. 12-hour crafting time. I just get these automatically by reading the messages, right? I don't have to, like, click them. Quest complete. Cool. Daily cap that increases with mastery. It's certainly not too bad. So, is a way to improve mastery quickly to level up multiple frames, then? I'm probably mostly going to stick with this frame. I might, just in the interest of not repeating progression stuff, but I'm just curious how that works under the hood. Because I'll use reach temporarily. Okay, so plus 0.3 range. I guess I have to figure out what that actually means. I'll be able to tell if I have one of those little helicopter robot enemies. What's the max Warframe level? Does the game encourage you to change Warframes once you max one out? Frontier Grenier missions on Earth. Oh. That was 8 away. Okay. Suisei on Mercury. Let's do that first. Pantheon.
Ordis is
angry.
I may require maintenance after all.
So mastery is like, not only does it help you out with starting a new frame or a new weapon or whatever, because it starts you at a higher base level, it also just gives you one extra mod energy slot, basically. Energy point, whatever you call it. So to truly max out, you have to max both your Warframe and your mastery eventually. What is the mastery cap then? That'd be fun. I would be a hoarder. Oh, increases the minimum. Okay. So it's literally just quality of life for trying out new stuff. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. So you could play through the whole game and never get a mastery rank, and it wouldn't affect your total efficacy necessarily. I think just about every game out there has a click moment. I don't think I've fully clicked on Warframe, but I'm about halfway there. Like, realizing how nutty the mods could get once you started stacking them helped a lot. Oh, it's like protection so you don't just mash it. I'm like, why don't you just mash this? I see. So you might need mastery rating to be able to unlock certain quests or content, but it's literally just an arbitrary gate. You know, like, it doesn't actually affect your abilities at that point. Second dream, 80 hours in. Yeah. I could see it happening. I definitely played a couple games, like Path of Exile I played for 15 hours before it started to click. But while I was playing, I'm like, I can imagine this clicking eventually. I just have to get to the point where stuff starts to matter. That was what was stressful for me, is that I'm playing this game and it seems like it's presenting me with all these decisions that ultimately aren't important. And I don't even know the game well enough yet to know which decisions are important and which ones aren't. But the mod system in this game is simple enough, I think, that you can look at a mod and tell pretty quickly what it's going to do for you. Yeah, that Fortuna intro is pretty sweet. I appreciate y'all pointing me at that. I don't think I would have gone to it without chat mentioning it. I would have just followed the recommended quest chain.
Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way.
Who even needs attack speed? Yeah, that's awesome. Have they had any talk about... I feel like I've now experienced this with a bunch of games where they've been developing it live for so long that they've learned so many lessons that if they could go back and make the beginning of the game differently, they would. Have they had any talk about doing like a Warframe 2 or some other kind of like side project that they start from scratch, knowing what they know now? I guess maybe it doesn't need it as badly. Like, there's a lot of stuff in both Path of Exile and Destiny where you're like, this is an iteration sickness problem. Like, this is a result of them changing something over a series of like 6 or 7 patches, and each iteration made sense and was a strict improvement over the previous state. But the final state no longer makes sense. Like just shy of making some kind of big iconoclastic change, and they've iterated themselves up to a line in the sand, but they're clearly not doing it. And at least after 5 hours of Warframe, I haven't detected anything like that in this. There don't seem to be any systems where it's like, why is this even here, you know? Mods seem to make sense. frame and weapon levels make sense.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
The new Tennokan will be that new war stuff. Oh, that's awesome, Herb. They were going to do a Warframe 2, would be the name of an update, not a new game, because people have thousands of hours. Yeah, that's more what I mean by Warframe 2. Kind of like what Destiny 2 did and what Path of Exile 2 is doing. And like Final Fantasy 14 or Realm Reborn. Basically, I'd like to see more devs invest in stuff like that. Because you have this problem when you have a service game like this that's getting patches constantly, that any development effort that you spend on reforging the game is at the expense of new content for your hardcore player base, which is what's keeping it going, right? So I think you run into this issue where devs are not just not incentivized to improve their new player experience, but anti-incentivized to do it. Or to like rebuild things from scratch. Yeah, not necessarily because the player base are jerks, but it's just like your existing player base wants new content, and you want to keep them happy.
In your codex.
It's already about Warframe 5 or 6. I see. This game seems to have done a much better job of, I mean, obviously I don't know what it was like years ago, but there's nothing that's really obviously an iteration problem.
Covered in blood. Safe and sound.
Do you get enemies that are highly resistant to certain elements? I guess this isn't replacing the damage type, it's adding extra heat damage, right? And it's a percentage of my base damage. I know there's a lot of ARPGs where a lot of the end game is making sure that you can do all the different damage types so that you're not getting locked down by a enemy that just ignores them, you know? Yeah, so I appreciate quite a bit that it seems like a higher percentage of the XP that you earn is based on usage versus based on just a flat amount from playing through the stage. Like, it kind of sucks that I don't want to use my gun because it's so much weaker than my sword. But it reduces the feelings of reward degeneracy where it's like, well, I can level everything up equally if I just use the sword anyway. Now I actually kind of want to use the gun a bit more. Okay, Suisei. Warframe is technically still in beta, really? It's funny. Suisei, excuse me.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
Can you Warframe revise updates where they listen to feedback and work on the core mechanics? Does anyone know how mods worked originally? Curious. Pretty clean the way they work right now.
Prisoner here that is vital to our operations. Search for the holding location.
Oh, they used to have affixes? Huh. Interesting. That is a good choice. That is a pretty iconoclastic decision to get rid of random affixes in your looter game. Like, major props to them. That's like Diablo 3 getting rid of the auction house, I feel like, in terms of the impact scope. Abilities used to be mods. And it had a PoE passive tree. Interesting.
Clear. No detection from enemy sensors.
Is my little map indicator screwy here or something? Get in here from a different room or a different elevation. From up here. There's a vent I can go in here. Oh, here we go. Thanks. Appreciate it. Maybe that's why there doesn't seem to be a problem, like maybe these devs aren't as married to whatever their original philosophical preconceptions about the genre were. Like, they need to make a hard decision, like let's get rid of random affixes, they'll do it if it's right for the game, you know? That's respectable if that's what's going on. I kind of want to bind that to tab, that's what I'm used to for the big map. Yeah, I noticed that was the one thing that kind of stood out to me when it was like fuse mods, and I was like, does that mean I need to have stack the same kind, or that the thing I'm going to get is based on the source mods? And I was surprised that it was just like, no, it just means upgrade using a currency. So they broke that down into a really simple currency. That's a lot easier to understand, and I think it makes it less stressful about what you're breaking down and what you're holding on to. So I would have a lot of anxiety about, like, oh god, should I save all of my mods until I've had a chance to Google a walkthrough and figure out what the optimal combination is, you know? Back when they're on the edge of bankruptcy. Max daily revives and you had to pay.
If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the
Oh boy.
execution sequence.
I feel like a reason to release Warframe 2 is to just get another round of Metacritic reviews, right? Like, I've seen a couple games will do that. Warframe Reforged or whatever the fuck. Reborn. Warframe, seriously guys, it's been 7 years, it's good now, we promise. Edition. I am gonna... It'd be great if it reset me somewhere else. No, that's okay. The No Clip documentary. Right on. I like their documentary on Final Fantasy XIV. I think that's one of the big things that FF14 did right, is that they were like, okay, we need to fix our game, but the people that are playing 1.0 right now are our biggest fans. We can't just abandon them, you know? So we're going to have a team that works on basically remaking the game from scratch. I guess I have to ride these things. And we'll have a skeleton crew that keeps maintaining the original game, giving it patches and stuff. Shoot. Right, I gotta look straight up to get the high jump right. That was a thing. Here we go. These vertical maps are a little rough sometimes.
We've reached the prison. Find our prisoner in one of these cells.
You can wall jump vertically. Okay, cool.
I thought I was gonna die in there. Thank you.
No problem. Here's some shitty daggers that I shouldn't have picked.
To the extraction point, and I'll take care of the rest.
Watch there be a busted end game build that's all about those throwing daggers. This guy's name is just Hostage. Here we go. I was like, why is this not working? Mercy, eh? That sounds awesome. That's cool. Thought those were exploding barrels. I guess not. Lightning barrels, right? That makes sense. And if the hostage goes down, it's not mission failed. I just have to go pick them up, basically. Try to work on leveling my gun. I don't like having all my eggs in this sword basket right now. Would be nice to get like a shotgun. My best shot at getting a new weapon is getting a blueprint for it and crafting it. Is that right? Probably after I get this pet. Beeline for the exiting, ignore the hostage. How varied City of Heroes of them. Does XP per mission, is it pretty flat? Or if you're using... Let me think how to ask this question. If you're using a really low level weapon in a late game mission, are you getting more XP per shot? Mark 1 weapons can be gotten instantly with credits. Where would I go to buy those? I'm gonna fuck with my appearance a little bit more here. Oh, these are all purchased. Interesting. It's cute.
A fearsome appearance, Operator. You will strike
Thank
terror
you.
in your enemies.
I know, I made something slightly bluer. Regalia. Oh, it's like tattoos, basically. Oh, that's neat. So you unlock some of these through play. Huh. So lots of cool cosmetics in the real money store. When you try to equip another weapon and you see what's on sale. Here we go. And if it has this blue icon, that means it's with credits. But these are pistols, right? So it has to be from here. Standard shotgun. What's the difference between the Mark 1 Strun? They look like they have comparable stats. Looks like the main one is better, maybe? Mark 1's just worse, okay. So is the one... So I've got a Mark 1 Breton. Gotcha. The ones not directly for credits are blueprint weapons. I'll give it a try. Why not? Part of the Loki pack.
Operator, the system needs you. Will you begin another mission?
Visible when holstered. Oh, that's cool. They've got skins for all the different kinds of weapons. Neat. Bundle only. Sure, that's fun. I like that you have different presets for everything too. And I can also get a different pistol, not necessarily a better pistol, right? Mark 1 Furus is the one that you start with, I assume, if you didn't take the kunai. Ah, I only have the one. Okay. Well, we'll give it a shot, see how it goes. Why not? Amato is the other starter. Okay. Oh, there's a shamrock color palette for St. Patrick's Day. Shotgun was pretty expensive, but I haven't really spent credits on anything other than upgrading mods so far.
You're
So
here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
that feels pretty good. Unranked, unmodded.
Scans indicate our target is in the vicinity. Find them.
I see. They give away free pallets and events and holidays, and they come back. Need a pastel Easter palette. Oh, I like the shotgun. I like that there's a separate damage number for all of the
Target located. Bring them in.
spread. Pretty fun. So they do extra damage the closer you are, and that makes sense since it is a shotgun. You just capture him into my hand?
Mission complete. The
That's
captain
neat.
has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Yeah, so you really want to be up in their face with this thing. That is really satisfying. Feels really good. Well, shit. Status effect chance is divided by the number of pellets fired. Once you get a 100% chance, it's 100% per pellet, making the shotgun powerful. That's cool. So that's an important threshold to get over, basically. What kind of status effects are there? Poison? Oh, it used to work that way? That's too bad. Yeah, this is way more fun for me than that assault rifle was. You don't have to aim when you're right in front of someone's face. It's interesting, it feels like... I'm surprised ammo is still a thing in this game, come to think of it. Is it that later on there are guns that have really rare ammo drops or something? Because I've never come close to running out. Some guns have a worse ammo economy. It's like how they balance them. Yeah, I get reloading, like, that makes sense, is to balance stuff that you have a certain clip size. Each pellet has its own status chance. You can get 100% on some shotguns. Endless missions, ammo economy becomes a thing. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's odd to me that it's like something the game trains you doesn't matter for what seems like a really long time. And I assume it becomes an issue later on in the game. Now that I understand mods a bit better,
if I may say,
see the code a bit.
Warframe suits you.
Lingering Torment would require a status effect to do anything, right? Impact is damage amount, okay. Gotcha. Suits you. I get it. Suisei, let's go. Oh, every damage type has a status effect except for true damage. Okay, I'll check that next time. Interesting. Do they always do a status effect no matter what, or is it like if you have something else that enables status effects to occur?
Data vaults and retrieve crucial intelligence data.
That's smart. Like you can reload while you're doing this crazy spinny shit.
Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Come on, you can do it. There you go. Good job. keep wanting that to slow down time. That cool Superman flying animation. It wouldn't make sense for a multiplayer game, but... Don't you fucking dare hit an alarm. You add an element to a weapon, it'll do that damage no matter what, but the effect from that damage type is based on status chance. If you add heat, it will always do damage, only set enemies on fire based on status chance. And status chance is 0 by default unless if you have some other mod that increases it above 0. It's cool. Now the lighting in here is awesome. It's a very nice touch. So you know, is there an industry term for this kind of waypointing where instead of it just giving you an absolute position on the map, it tries to like draw points along the path for you to go to? I much prefer its absolute position, but sometimes it can be confusing.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Got it. Well, if that doesn't see me, it won't trigger the alarm, I assume.
Alarms have been triggered.
Well, so much for that.
That data before the data destruction is complete.
And that's why these rooms are kind of like janky to get around, so that you have to work your way through a little maze to find out where the data is instead of just rushing it. Oh god, I died. Huh. That sucks.
This must not happen again with the next vault.
Okay, that's a thing that can happen. Good to know. Oh, it uses the enemy pathfinding. That makes sense. Are there any enemies that have anywhere close to your maneuverability? I guess there's flying enemies. Why it can be wonky sometimes. Just wonder if like enemies tend to leash, or if there are any enemies that could truly chase you through the whole stage if you let them. You're near your exploding barrel. Some special enemies will chase you. Cool. So are these guys like affix rare enemies, the ones that put down I've seen a couple of them. There was a robot earlier that seemed to have like 10 times as much health as a normal enemy. Okay, so it's like a rare mob that has an affix on it. Like that guy had like an ice bubble around him, but it could have just as easily been like a fire or something or other.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Alright, so spy missions are about finding a secret console, basically. That opens the door to where the thing is, which I think is this one over here, maybe? Hooray!
Now it's gone.
The item gets identified at the end of the mission, basically. Yes, yes, whatever you said. That's cool. Something about the reticle, when you dive directly at an enemy's face, it likes to line up exactly with their head. I'm not even doing like, you know, 1/100th of the movement potential of this game, but I can imagine it feeling really good when you get really good at it and fast. Is it possible to get stuck places? I feel like having such freedom of movement would make it really easy for you to screw yourself over, unless if they've caught a lot of those already. Some frames designed specifically to be fast. A is closest to the mission start. I see. C is closest to the end. I was about to ask if there's an unstuck command. That makes sense. Like in WoW. It just like teleports you to a nearby coordinate, basically. Oh, I missed this console.
You're nearing the console.
I don't have Warframe vision yet, so certain things like that, I'm sure you're like screaming, oh my god, it's right there. I'm sorry. Does it only break from one side, basically? Oh, there's like a mirror here or something. These are the things that killed me earlier, right? These little bombs. Cute little puzzles. Procedurally generated puzzles. Can I like shift roll through this? Not really.
Data destruction is imminent.
Oops.
You need to hurry.
Do I still pass the level provided that I get at least one piece of data? Oops. Oops.
You got it. The data is
Hooray!
still intact. The data we retrieved will have to suffice. Get to extraction. You are surrounded by Grenier Marines.
Best war crime in Warframe history is being allowed headshot hits from AoE weapons. Is there usually like an exit at the end of the spy mission that shortcuts you out to where you first came in? I thought that's what this window would be. Sometimes, but not always. Okay. Whoops. I guess it disables all the traps on your way out. Well, most of them. Some of them? Oh, you can get Warframes as drops? That's kind of cool. That seems like that's pretty exciting to try to go for. Dude, I'm literally lost. I don't know how to get out of here. I think I ended up in the right place by accident. Does the map help at all? Maybe? It's already here. This looks familiar. Maybe this is right. Hey, first try. No problem. Radial javelin. Oh yeah, I have things that I can do. Right. Was that door just opened a second ago? Can you not, though? There we go. What's the drop rate for it from spy missions? That's kind of exciting. So even me just doing this dinky shit, there's a chance of streamer luck happening, right? Uh-oh. How often will I hear like a jingle like that if there's something I have to manually pick up? Because usually it auto picks everything up for me, right? I'm worried that I've now missed several of those. There's always like a jingle when they spawn now. It sounded like a legendary drop sound. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was a noticeable noise when I opened that chest. Parry. Counter chance. Oh, that's neat. How does counter chance work? Just deflects a weapon? Does it have to do with deflecting a melee strike? How's this guy coming? Slowly but surely. It'll be ready. We're playing this again next week for another 6 hours-ish. I'm going to try to wrap in the next 15 minutes. My YouTube VODs go over 6 hours. I can no longer edit them on site, so I'm trying to do something quick here before we wrap up. Status per projectile. I see. I don't think I've run into finishers at all. How do those work? Yeah, I could paint the ship. That would be a good thing. That's not a mission.
I've been thinking, Operator. I thought you'd want to know.
He's got some good lines. It's pretty funny. So ship painting is equipment, orbiter appearance. This is just so I could see it from the inside, basically. Festive internal decorations. This adds like Christmas lights and stuff. Probably need to be standing somewhere else to see a lot of this. Hold on. Oh, that's cute. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Oops. Yeah, Andrew would love this. I agree. Oh, I set the color of the wear and tear. No wonder I thought it was weird looking.
An unexpected color combination, Operator. My sensors are bleeding. Pleased.
Like the idea of like a schizophrenic computer assistant. It's funny. Accents.
On good authority that rail pirates are hungry after a cold weekend, sweet thing. Check your mask.
It's pure black and pure white, an expensive color to pick up. I found I think that Guild Wars 2 gated hex values with real money, and I think the most expensive stuff was usually like pure black and pure white. Detail lighting. Oh, that's cute. Neat. That's from this store here. It's the market. Is there a filter for free? Free. No. Palettes. Color pack. I guess I can search Shamrock, right? Purchase for 1 credit. Thank you. That's neat. What's with the pink? Did I do that? It just it looked like it was white. Hold on. Oh, and there's certain like color patterns you can just do out of the box. Okay. You can customize the loading screen. Is it under equipment? Oh, that's what this is. Oh, that's neat. Literally no one else can see this, right? Or if you party with people, can they see your screen? They can. That's cool. Neato. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. It's a good way to wrap there. Do they see your ship like when you're loading into stuff together, basically? Yeah, I could do that from here, right? Oh, these like emotes and stuff. Okay. Appearance. Shamrock. Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't realize Shamrock was going to give me a bunch of blues. They're like, this stuff's all very appropriate for St. Patrick's Day, and let's give you another color. Why not blue? I will probably use these blues. One of these is probably my brand hex blue. I just have to figure out what it is. Does anyone know, do they have like the hex values associated somewhere? Cool. Can regulate your ship on the loading screen. Critical. Critical to the full experience. Cool. But yeah, I got about 6 minutes left on the recording, so I'll probably wrap it here and we'll play again on Monday. I'll let you guys know what's coming up here. Thanks everyone for your help with Warframe. This game is really fun. It's starting to click for me. I'm enjoying it.